presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Minnesota.
It is an absolutely gorgeous afternoon for baseball in the District of Columbia. The final game between the Twins and the Nationals. The Twins in need of a win to start the homestand tomorrow night on the right foot. Daniel Murphy has joined the Washington Nationals, an already potent lineup, getting a lot of production from their new second baseman. Byung-Ho Park for the Minnesota Twins. Looks like he's going to help the Twins a lot in 2016. And we welcome you to Nationals Park. Dick Bramer, Bert Blyleven with you. The Twins are going to hand the ball today to a guy who, even though he was terribly inexperienced, pitched like a veteran down the stretch last year.
Yeah, Irvin Santana coming up with a sore back, so they have to go down to Rochester and bring up Tyler Duffy. Tyler Duffy last year, we're going to throw out that first debut he had in Toronto. He did not fare too well, only 2 innings. They gave up 8 runs. After that, over his last 9 starts, 5-1 with a 2.25 earned run average. So Duffy getting a second chance here in the big leagues. Hopefully he can get the Twins going like he did last year.
It is the farthest thing from his mind, but he'll get a chance to hit against Steven Strasburg this afternoon as the veteran right-hander takes on the young right-hander in the series finale. George and the other presidents are here. Marnie Gellner's here. Bert Blyleven's here. Dick Bramer's here, hoping that the Twins can get a win as they get out of town after the game today. And Paul Molitor in his second year, hoping to get a second win on this road trip and then have a really nice homestand. Steven Strasburg's off to a really good start. Right-handers at least have a chance against Strasburg, and that explains the Twins' batting order today. They'll start the day with 3 left-handed batters, Kepler, Arcia, and Mauer on the bench, because, as we showed you, right-handers have had better success against Strasburg. The only lefty in the lineup is Rosario. Escobar, a switch hitter, will hit left-handed, but it goes Nunez, Dozier, Sano. Park back in the lineup. Rosario, Escobar, Murphy, Buxton, and Duffy in the Menards batting order.
Well, I don't care if you're right-handed or left-handed. This guy is tough. He has had 3 outstanding starts. First 2 starts against the Braves, 1 here, 1 in Atlanta. His last start against the Miami Marlins in Miami. He's off to a very good start. 3-0, all 3 starts, quality starts, a 1.25 earned run average.
Off the plate, ball 1 to Eduardo Nunez.
Strasburg making his first career start against the Twins, his 14th interleague start.
Foul back, 1-1. Yesterday, Miguel Sano played third base because Paul Molitor wanted to have as left-handed a lineup as he could, and it's just the opposite today. Nunez back at third, Sano back in right field. Park in the lineup instead of Mauer. 1-1 to the Twins' third baseman, and another foul over the screen.
Well, one thing that Strasburg has added some from the last couple of years is that last pitch, the slider. It's between a sweeping slider and a cut fastball. He also has an outstanding curveball and a changeup.
Up the middle, and Nunez bounces it over the bag for a leadoff single. The National. Oh, now Nunez holding his right knee. Oh my goodness. I don't know if he landed on the bag awkwardly.
Well, Butch Davis wanting one of the trainers, I think, to come out.
And immediately after getting to first base, he started holding his right knee.
Yeah, Dave Prumer started to go out there. He's going to try to run it off. And Paul Molitor out. See what he did right here?
I don't see what he did.
Something tweaked.
It's his right knee. Hit the bag with his left foot.
He might have did it when he started to make the turn.
So an odd situation here. Nunez running down the line, trying to loosen it up. And he's going to stay in the game.
Maybe that was a big deke because Nunez has 3 stolen bases. He's got the most stolen bases.
Trying to set him up for a stolen base.
Yeah.
Okay. Nationals defense. Jason Worth in left, Michael Taylor in center, Bryce Harper out of the starting lineup. It's Matt Den Decker in right field. Rendon, Drew, Murphy, Zimmerman the infielders, and Ramos behind the plate.
Den Decker out in right field, taking over for Bryce Harper, has a day off right now.
Here's Brian Dozier with Nunez, crippled though he may be, at first base. Dozier drives it to center, and Taylor's there to make the catch. A line drive out on the first pitch. Dozier swings at it, hits it hard for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Miguel Sano. Not been a good road trip for the Twins, but over the end of the last homestand and on this road trip, Sano has brought his numbers back to where roughly they were last year, at least in terms of on base percentage. Last year he had a .385 on base percentage. It sits at .384 right now. He's hitting home runs. He is striking out. That's always, I suspect, going to be a part of his game.
Yeah, 0 for 3 in yesterday's ball game with a walk, but who didn't take an 0 for yesterday?
Right.
And so far on the road trip, hitting .429, 6 hits and 14 at bats, with a couple home runs.
Not today, but on most days, the Twins will have Mauer and Sano hitting back to back, and both of them figure to have very good on base percentages.
Check swing and a strike. So whoever is going to hit behind them, whether it's Trevor Plouffe, Byung-Ho Park, somebody should have ample RBI opportunities this year. Today it's Park. 1 strike to Sano. And now 1-1. Paul Molitor's theory as to why right-handers have had a better success against Strasburg than lefties. Strasburg is less apt to throw that changeup to left-handed batters. And so the Twins are about as right-handed as they can get here.
He has a very tight curveball too, so if the right-handers can stay off of that curveball, puts them in that fastball mode.
Which is, I think, what we saw in the Nunez base hit. He hit the fastball, I believe, and Dozier jumped on the first pitch fastball.
Right.
So 2-1 to Sano.
Strasburg in his 7th season with the Nationals, 27 years old. Listed him at 6'4".
Half swing. No swing, 3-1. Well, the averages are one thing, but Strasburg so far this year has faced 42. He's had 42 at bats against left-handers and only 29 against right-handers. So most managers are playing the percentages, in theory anyway, putting left-handers in there, and the Twins doing just the opposite here today. Fouled away, 3-2.
You know, you look at his overall career splits. Opponents are hitting only 227 off of him. He's given up 73 home runs. Coming into this year, or right into this ball game, left-handers are hitting 227, right-handers 226.
Right.
So it's pretty even. But you do run into stretches that, you know, you have trouble against certain hitters. Maybe you're not getting your curveball over, and your focus isn't on that break across the plate. It's down and away. So you have to go back to that fastball. That's your bread and butter.
Nunez stays put. Sano strikes out. And in a perfect world, we might have seen Nunez take off on that pitch, but you wonder with the leg cramp or whatever it was, whether Nunez stayed at first. 2 down.
Yeah, that was a changeup right there. If you look at Strasburg's breakdown on this chart, almost 58% fastballs, and then 15, 13, 12. They kind of mixes in the other 3 pitches that he has. Again, the slider is something new that he didn't have the last couple of years. They said it sometimes it's a sweeping slider, and other times like a little cut fastball.
Byung-Ho Park, the batter, and Nunez still at first. Park with 1 plate appearance on this road trip that does not have a designated hitter because we're playing by National League rules, and he drew a walk in Milwaukee. Fastball over the inside corner.
Fastball at 95. Strasburg, the Nationals' #1 pick, first pick overall in the 2009 draft out of San Diego State.
Another fastball over the inside corner, and I suspect Park, who's shown the ability to hit the ball away from him, get his arms extended and hit with power, we'll see a lot of fastballs over the inner half.
Yeah, you know what? Baseball's about making adjustments. So if he sees a pattern that pitchers are starting to pitch him, now he has to make the adjustment. And then once he's quicker inside, then of course the pitchers will go away. Good pitchers will.
2-0, or excuse me, 0-2 to Park, and a swing and a miss. And a couple of strikeouts wrap up the innings. Twins hit a couple of balls hard and left Nunez at first. practice today for Irvin Santana, who came up with a strained back. The Nationals in the offseason fired Matt Williams, offered the job to Bud Black, and eventually hired Dusty Baker. And so far, Nationals fans are thrilled with the results. Here's the Menards batting order. Matt Den Decker leading off. Michael Taylor second. Daniel Murphy third. Ryan Zimmerman, Anthony Rendon, Jason Worth, Wilson Ramos, Stephen Drew, and Steven Strasburg.
Well, Tyler Duffy had a good spring. It was between him and Ricky Nolasco, and of course Nolasco making a lot more money. They had Duffy go down to Rochester and at least prepare himself for starts like this, and when the Twins need a starter. He went down, made 3 starts, all of them pretty well. Starts, 15 innings pitched down there, and pitched good. He got a no decision, gave up only 3 earned runs, and now he is back in the big leagues.
And Decker taps it foul. Duffy was superb last year with an established good fastball, a devastating breaking ball that teams just had a terrible time with. And the Twins wanted him in spring training to work on a changeup to add a reliable third pitch to his arsenal. And that ball missing. 2-1.
Wow, his curveball is almost like a changeup because he changes speeds on it. That last one a little bit harder. That's where you want to drop that curveball when you're ahead in the count. There's a fastball.
3-1.
But to me, everything keys off of that pitch right there, the fastball. Even Paul Molitor said that in his meeting today. You got to get ahead with the fastball, makes that curveball that much better. But he will throw the curveball in any situation, any count.
Driven to right field. Sano to the corner. It is gone. A home run for Ken Decker.
Den Decker hitting his first home run of the year, and it's a leadoff home run. And the Nationals do again what they've done all season long. They have scored more first inning runs than any team in baseball. They have scored 74 runs now. 25 have been in the first inning.
4 of them Friday night, 2 yesterday, and a quick one here this afternoon.
Yeah, fastball. You can see Murphy wants it away. It stayed middle in, and exactly where left-handers like it, about knee-high, inner half of the plate. That's a 1-0 Nationals lead.
Michael Taylor will bat. Off the outside corner, ball 1. Taylor getting a chance to play here for the Nationals with Ben Revere recovering from an oblique injury. Swing and a miss. A lot of swings and misses for Taylor.
I talked to Dusty Baker this morning and also Rick Shue, their hitting coach, about Taylor. Both of them mentioned Taylor, that he's just pressing, you know, and he says, I see it on your ball club too. Yeah. Same thing. Young kids come up, they want to make an impression, they just try to do too much.
And I think a big difference though is Taylor is struggling, but his team is not. And what we're seeing from a lot of the Twins batters, young, inexperienced hitters who are, you know, dealing with their own demons at the plate, and then the team is struggling on top of that, and it's almost insurmountable, the pressure that these young guys are facing.
It's almost like that last pitch right there. It looked like Taylor was kind of feeling for it rather than letting it fly.
2-2 to Taylor. Daniel Murphy will follow. And again, a fastball just off the outside corner.
You know, that leadoff home run, that's one thing that Duffy didn't give a lot of last year. He gave up only 4 home runs in the 10 starts he had.
2 of them in the first couple innings that he pitched in the big leagues against that tough Blue Jay lineup. And now Taylor draws a walk. He's the one guy in this lineup you don't want to walk. And he's aboard.
Well, Nunez is going to go talk to Duffy, kind of have him take a deep breath. You know, he wants to make an impression so bad and hopefully stay here. But, you know, when you come up from AAA, and I've been there, you overamp almost. You're so excited. And it takes a while just to calm down and take that big, deep breath.
The plane ride to the big leagues is a lot of fun. And if you want to avoid the pain of
going back,
flying back, you need to pitch well or perform well up here. Ball 1 now to Murphy. Murphy from the Mets, now with the Nationals and leading the National League. In fact, leading both leagues in hitting right now. 1-0. And a strike.
You know, you look at the career of Daniel Murphy, he's getting better and better with age. Last year hit .281 for the Mets in 130 ball games. You know, when he first came up back in 2008, he struggled a little bit.
Missing the inside corner. And it's 2-1. I don't know that Duffy's worked ahead in any count yet in 3 batters. It is tough up here anyway. It's really tough when you're pitching behind in the count all the time. 2-1. Ryan Zimmerman on deck.
Yeah, just not control of a fastball yet.
In yesterday's game, the Nationals got 2 in the first, and that was it in the scoring department. Three and 1 to Murphy. A rocket to center. First and second, nobody out. In yesterday's game, it was Zimmerman's first inning single that drove in the only runs of the game. And he'll come up here with first and second, nobody out.
Well, 3-1 fastball. Murphy's been red hot. Taking it right back up the middle. Watch out, Tyler Duffy.
Ryan Murphy giving signs in front of the plate. Zimmerman driving in runs 5 and 6 on the year yesterday afternoon, I should say. And Duffy needs a ground ball hit at somebody here. Zimmerman goes after that first pitch, a fastball and a foul ball, 1 strike.
I mentioned the first 2 ball games. This is a veteran right here for the Nationals. 12 years he's worn a Nationals uniform. Signed with them back in 2005. First year the Nationals were here in Washington.
Drilled to left, and Rosario makes the catch. That ball was hit every bit as hard as a leadoff home run. 1 down. And Anthony Rendon will bat. Been a pretty loud bottom of the first inning here. Home run, a line drive single right in front of Duffy's face, and now a line shot to the left fielder Rosario. A couple of former college teammates facing each other here. Rendon and Duffy played together at Rice University for a couple of seasons, 2010 and 11.
Yeah, both of them born in Houston, Texas. Both of them 25 years old.
Breaking ball off the plate, ball 1.
Yeah, that looked more of the slider than the big curveball. There's a bigger break.
And a called strike.
Duffy signed with the Twins in 2012. Twins number 5 pick in that draft. Rendon, the Nationals number 1 pick in 2011. Some good baseball players come out of Rice University.
to center, and Buxton comes in a couple of steps for out number 2. So the first battle between college teammates, former college teammates. Duffy wins the battle. That'll bring up Jason Worth. Worth quite an impact in the game here Friday night. May have taken a home run away from Byron Buxton and then hit one of his own. '22nd pitch of the inning from Tyler Duffy. And first pitch strike with a fastball.
Fastball clocked at 90 miles an hour.
We've seen Strasburg in the mid-90s. Duffy won't get it that high. It'll be 90, 91.
Even more important to hit your spots.
90, but up and away, 1-1. Out in front of the breaking ball.
Good breaking ball there. Anytime a batter swings through it, it's a good breaking ball.
I don't know if he swung through it. He could have swung twice at it. He was that far ahead of it.
Again, he changes speeds on that breaking ball. That breaking ball started to spin and then kind of dropped straight down.
1-2. Popped up. And Murphy squeezes it to end the inning. Better finish to the inning than start. Den Decker with a leadoff home run to put the Nationals up 1-0. Over 1, and now he's got a 1-0 lead. Rosario, Escobar, and Murphy will face him in the Twins' second. Strasburg, a free agent after this year. And there's no way of knowing whether they're going to retain him here in Washington, D.C. Jordan Zimmerman was a free agent last year. They let him sign a big free agent contract with the Tigers. Zimmerman off to a really good start. He'll start tomorrow for Detroit. Roller to the right side. One down. That'll bring up Escobar. Escobar, switch hitter, of course, will hit left-handed, even though the numbers are a little lopsided the other way. Can't ask a hitter to look at those numbers and try to stand in there right-handed against a right-handed pitcher when he hasn't done that in 8 years.
Yeah, unless you're a knuckleballer, sometimes you'll see switch hitters hit right-handed against a right-handed knuckleballer, like an R.A. Dickey. But Escobar, of course, 48 at bats from the left side, only 13 as a right-handed hitter.
The Twins have some issues in their lineup, to be sure. Some hitters really struggling to make contact. And Escobar takes a ball 1-1. Escobar to this point, it really hasn't given the Twins anything to be concerned about. He has made 4 errors, which is a high number. But in this lineup that has so many hitters striking out, Escobar has struck out enough, but I think we've understood over the years that's part of his game as well. He's picked up some extra base hits with 4 doubles.
Well, he's like a lot of the Twin batters. Stay off that high fastball. He will swing at the pitch in the dirt because he likes it down there, just like that. Right. He stayed off of that one.
Second on the team. Second on the team in hits to Joe Mauer with 15 or 16, I should say. Mauer has 21. 2-2 to the Twin shortstop.
Strasburg working off the third base side of the pitching rubber.
And now down and in, 3-2. Had a 3-2 count with Sano and struck him out. John Ryan Murphy on deck. Pitch up, fouled it back. 96 miles per hour.
Strasburg has pitched better here at National Park than on the road in his career, making his 136th major league start. Has an ERA here at home at 2.64 and on the road 3.5.
High fly left field. Worth retreats a few steps. 2 down. And before John Ryan Murphy's at-bat, today's Cold Hard Fact brought to you by the Silver Bullet. Clean, crisp Coors Light. And the Twins tied a team record yesterday by striking out 18 times. Tying a record set over 20 years ago. Tanner Roark, the starter, got 15 of those strikeouts. Here is John Ryan Murphy.
A little double right here. Come on, Junior.
Might have heard Tom Bernansky, the hitting coach, calling Murphy Jr. as in JR.
I thought he wanted an in-and-out burger, a double-double. Yeah. All right, Twins would take a double-double right here. Let's do it for Bruno.
Murphy caught the last Twins win Thursday in Milwaukee, but had a miserable day at the plate. 11 men were on the bases and not one of them were driven in.
Yeah, offensively really struggling. Just 2 hits in 26 at bats. One of the 2 hits a double.
And hitting was the least of the Twins' concern when they acquired him from the Yankees. Fouled back, giving up Aaron Hicks, and Hicks hasn't hit at all for the Yankees. He's made some spectacular defensive plays, but now has a bum left shoulder. 1-2.
One thing Murphy's done, he's made pretty good contact. He's struck out only 2 times, make it 3 times, and now 27 at bats.
Backs away from a breaking ball, and Strasburg has a 1-2-3 second.
National Park. I'm Marnie Gelder. Minnesota has Byung-Ho Park playing at first base today. He hasn't played much during this road trip, just one at-bat so far, but he said he's been very patient during this stretch. He completely understands the situation playing in National League ballparks. And he said when he's been on the bench and in the dugout, he's trying to watch the pitchers, and he's been watching Joe Mauer play first. He said, I don't want to just sit and watch games like I'm a fan. I want to be productive. I want to pick up things that can help me when I do play. I really study the game. And of course, Dick and Bert Park's coming back today to face Steven Strasburg. And I asked him what he knows about Strasburg, and he said, I know what everybody else knows about him. He's a great pitcher. He's a famous guy, even in South Korea.
Thank you, Marnie. Strike one to Ramos after taking ball one. It's Ramos, Drew, and Strasburg here in the second inning. And a half swing, strike two.
Ramos, a former Twins draftee out of Venezuela back in 2004. Came up with the Twins, played in only 7 games in 2010, 8 hits and 27 at-bats, and then traded over in July of 2010.
On the ground, gobbled up by Escobar, over to Park, one away. It's been a painful day in baseball already. Carlos Carrasco of the Indians had to leave the ball game, covering first base, injuring his left leg. Had to be help from the field. Shane Green of the Tigers starting for them. He's out early with a blister problem. Had to leave the ball game. Stephen Drew, the batter. Drew takes a strike on the outside corner. Drew looks back at Toby Basner. From way up here, that pitch looked like it was outside, but the Twins will take it.
Looked like right on the corner to me. Just like that one.
It looked like it was closer to the outside corner than the first pitch.
Let's just umpire from up here, okay?
Let's do that.
Yeah.
There's pitch one. There's pitch two.
One.
Neither one was a strike.
But the count's 1-1.
Check swing, no swing, 2-1. And a foul ball, 2-2. Nationals are very good, and they have opened up a 3.5 game lead over last year's National League champion New York Mets. Phillies aren't expected to contend this year. Braves aren't expected to contend this year. And I don't know that realistically the Marlins are expected to contend. It might very well be a 2-team race. And a breaking ball gets a called third strike, 2 down.
And the first strikeout for Tyler Duffy.
It's a good enough curveball. He can get swings and misses for strike 3, and he can also do this to you.
That's a nice tight breaking ball. You see Murphy right there holding it for just a second.
And now Duffy will pitch to Strasburg.
Strasburg's 2 hits and 8 at-bats this year.
Fastball flip foul. Now Duffy's going to hit against Strasburg in the top of the 3rd inning. So I'm a little suspicious.
So you're thinking a fastball?
Well, I just, you know, if there's a little professional courtesy here, fastball, 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 under the assumption that you'll get the same when you swing the bat. Chop over the mound. Dozier backhand, sidearms his throw on target, and Duffy has a 1-2-3 second inning.
Yeah, nice play by Brian Dozier.
I guess it can be somewhat considered slider grip. I threw it a lot like this in college, but with those college seams, it was much easier getting a grip. So once I turned professional, the smaller grips, I kind of moved it over here onto the seams just so I can feel it a little bit more. And I try and treat it like a fastball.
The pressure off of the middle finger?
Yeah, and I just try and pull it straight down. When it's really good, I stay behind it a lot longer. And just from hitters that have faced me, they say the tough thing about it is that it has the same rotation as my fastball. It's just in reverse. So I don't really think about trying to do that every time. It's just something that happens naturally.
Okay, so if there's kids out there that are 14, 15 years old, and I hope you wait until then, if you want to start to learn a curveball, there's a grip right there that you can utilize the seams of the baseball to make it spin. And everybody holds the ball differently. It's amazing.
Buxton with a drive to center, and it's over the head of Taylor. Flying around second, he will hold up, and he won't hold up very often. Taylor getting to that ball quickly, and Buxton jumping on that first pitch fastball and drilling a double.
Yeah, good to see Brian Buxton jumping on that first pitch. A lot of times he gets the count against him, but right there, fastball pretty much right down the heart of the plate, over the head of Taylor, and you're thinking, well, maybe a triple. But Taylor getting to it quickly with his speed, getting it back in. So it's a double, Buxton's 4th double of the year.
Paul Molitor said he hoped that when Tyler Duffy would hit that there'd be somebody on base so he could bunt, and there is someone at second base. And of course, with Buxton's speed, it wouldn't take that great of a bunt to get him to third base. We'll see how he does here.
Yeah, Tyler in the 10 starts did not appear in an interleague game last year. So this is his first professional at bat.
Bunted foul, 1 strike. Let's check in with Marty Gellner.
You'll notice the bat that Tyler Duffy is using is a little unique. It is Anthony Rendon's bat, the third baseman for the Nationals, his former Rice University teammate. Duffy just didn't come here with a bat. He didn't even come with batting gloves. In the clubhouse earlier today, he had to reach into Miguel Sano's locker and take out a brand new pair of batting gloves. Said the only guy on the team who has hands the size of Duffy is Sano, so he's wearing Sano's glove using Anthony Rendon's bat. And Duffy said the last time he even took BP was 2 years ago in Double-A.
Stay fair. All right,
and
good job.
And it paid off now.
And a bunt that went about 5 feet and was fair by about 5 inches, got the job done.
That's right.
We're talking about Buxton's speed, and it came into play there because that was not a bunt far enough away normally to advance a runner from second to third, but Ramos looked at third and Buxton was almost there already.
Hey, first major league bat has to lay down a bunt, and he does successfully. So now it's up to Nunez to maybe tie the game or do something better for the Twins.
Singled sharply to center his first time up. Middle infield playing back. Third baseman Rendon is, for all intents and purposes, about even with the bag at third. So if Nunez puts it on the ground anywhere but back to the pitcher or to the third baseman, Buxton should be able to score. And he squares to bunt. And that brings Rendon and Buxton in from third base. Ball 1. You got a strikeout pitcher on the mound. And I'm not sure that's a bad idea. Just if it takes a bunt to get the game tied, put the bunt down. And that's up the line, foul.
Yeah, and if you're going to bunt, you want to bunt it that way. Strasburg, a right-handed pitcher, of course, he feels that ball. He'd have to spin around and throw it to Ramos at home with the speed of Buxton. He bunt it down that third base line, Rendon. All he has to do is come in and flip it straight ahead of him.
Catcher has an easier tag because the ball and the runner are coming in from the same direction.
But what you do, you find yourself in a hole now against a strikeout pitcher.
1-1 to count. Now foul back, and it's 1-2.
And Strasburg, over his career, came into this ball game 799 innings pitched, 922 strikeouts. averaging 10.4 strikeouts per 9 innings.
The Twins entering the game having struck out 18 times against the starting pitcher not known to strike a lot of people out. We'll see what Nunez can do here now with the count 1-2.
Strasburg right here, he will go with what he feels is a strikeout pitch.
And Nunez with a good take and a close pitch.
That changeup right there, good location.
89-mile-per-hour changeup, so without much exaggeration. Strasburg's changeup is about as fast as Duffy's fastball.
Yeah, you see a little bit of a downward break. That changeup struck out Sano in the first inning.
And behind Buxton, a foul ball, still 2-2. Twins got a leadoff single from Nunez, but left him at first base. Now trying to cash in against Strasburg with Buxton's leadoff double. Inside 2-2. Three and 2, I beg your pardon, the count. Dozier on deck. Base hit left field. Great at bat by Nunez. He singles in Buxton to tie the game.
Yeah, it looked like the curveball right there that Strasburg may be trying to fool him, but it just kind of spun over the plate. Nunez drives in a run, his 8th of the year. As Buxton scores, makes it a 1-1 ball game. Take a look at this breaking ball. And it kind of stayed right there. Nunez slapping it through the infield. In the left field, picks up his second hit.
Dozier will bat. Jumped on the first pitch. A fastball he saw from Strasburg. Hit it hard, but hit it to Taylor in center field. And an off-speed pitch over, strike one.
Twins need Brian to start being Brian Dozier. See the low average at 176.
To center, and Taylor comes in to catch another line drive off the bat of Dozier. Taylor went back a couple of steps in the first inning, came in a couple to catch another line drive.
Bryant's hit 2 balls right on the butt.
Bring up Sano. April 29th is Wrestling Night at Target Field. A limited number of Wrestling Night theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and a Twins wrestling mask. A VIP package is available that includes a private meet and greet opportunity with 4 legendary professional wrestlers. Go to twinsbaseball.com/wrestling night to learn more about the Wrestling Night theme night offer. And it's come to my attention that Baron von Raschke is one of the featured wrestlers you might have a chance to meet and greet. And depending on how the game is going that night, you could have him put you in the sleeper hold. The claw.
You put me in the sleeper hold every time we work together.
Vern Gagne had the sleeper, you know, and Baron von Raschke had the claw, which I think accomplished the same thing as me broadcasting a Twins game. It put people to sleep.
No.
Inside to Sano, 1-0. Also on the list, I believe, is Vern's son Greg. A chance to meet an acquaintance and friend of mine. Greg Gagne, spelled the same as your shortstop on the '87 team, Greg Gagne. 1-0 to Sano. Struck out swinging his first time up. And he takes strike one, 1-1. Sano got off to a slow start, but now he is giving the Twins what he gave them last year. Power, some patience at the plate. The walk numbers bringing his on base percentage to the cusp of 400. And off the handle of the bat, foul.
He caught up a fastball up right there.
Three strikeouts for the Twins. Sano, Park, and Murphy. Nunez at first has some speed. The Twins would like to utilize that on a Sano hit. Off the plate. 2-2. Nunez goes, swung on and missed. Sano strikes out again, but the Twins get a leadoff double from Byron Buxton and eventually the tying run. Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. First three men reached against Tyler Duffy. He has since set down 6 in a row, and he'll face Matt Den Decker leading off the third. And a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, Den Decker got a 3-1 fastball and made it a quick 1-0 Nationals lead with his first home run of the year, leading off the bottom of the first.
1-1.
Den Decker, 28 years old, his second season with the Nationals, came up with the Mets in 2013. Played his college ball out of University of Florida.
This is what happened to Duffy in the first inning. His first few hitters, he fell behind everybody. And hoping trying not to do that again, but now it's 3-1 to the guy who homered in the first. Pulled foul, 3-2.
And Davey Lopes, the first base coach, had to get out of the way. Well, it was a 3-1 pitch that Dendecker got it about thigh high and made it a 1-0 lead.
On the ground, Park has it. He'll scamper to the bag. And Decker retired 7 in a row, sent down by Tyler Duffy. Twins with a nice homestand coming up. 3 with the Indians, 3 with the Tigers. And they'd like to get a win here today, and a 2-3 road trip obviously isn't great, but then you'd like to think you can start making more progress on getting back to the 500 mark. It's been a very, very disappointing start for the Twins. Just 5 wins in 18 games.
Yeah, you'd like to run a streak together, you know, win 5, 6, 7, 8 games in a row. But if you could just win series, that's what the Twins were able to do last year and stay right around 500, and then toward the end move ahead.
Won 20 games in the month of May after they recovered from a poor start last year. And as we've been saying, the goal for this team, since it's now 8 games below 500, might be just, you know, get back to the 500 mark sometime in July, even if it's at the end of the month. Duffy with a nice catch, reaching back over his right shoulder, and he's able to make the play, 2 down.
Yeah, Duffy's momentum takes him a little bit toward that first base side on his follow through, but he was able to react and kind of reach back. You see him, his right leg going over his left leg, and that brings him over toward the line, but a good reaction right there, kind of popping back, reaching out, and getting the out at first.
Murphy with a single his first time up. Pulled foul, 1 strike. We talked about him in the midst or towards the end of the 9-game losing streak to start the season. Texas and Toronto, 2 teams that made the playoffs at the end of July, were both below 500. And they played very good baseball, made some acquisitions to get them over the top in the last 2 months. Inside a ball, 1-1.
And there's so much equalization, I guess, in baseball. I don't think anybody's going to run away with a certain division unless the Cubs, you know, continue to play the way they are, or the Nationals here. But you know, I think in our division, if you can play 500 in August, get to that point, another base hit by Murphy. He is on fire.
Sano charged that ball and thought about throwing to first base. And Murphy had to run through the bag, shall we say, to keep the right fielder from trying to get him at first base.
Well, the ball was hit very sharply, a 1-hop to Sano. And take a look to see where Park is right there. Does he get over? Yes, he's ready.
A 2-out single for Murphy, and now Zimmerman, who hit a liner to left field his first time up. Inside ball 1. That's the problem. One of the problems for the Twins, a poor start. And the White Sox have won more games than anybody else in the American League. They've got 12 wins already this year. So the games behind in that column, the Twins are 7 games behind. A called strike, 1-1. And of course the Twins being swept by the White Sox contributing to that both teams record.
Yeah, both the White Sox and the Royals off to a good start. Twins have an opportunity over the next 3 days at home, do something against the Indians, and then the Tigers come in.
Rolled to the right side. Dozier knocks it down. That's about all he can do. Playing over near second base because of the shift. And it sure looked like the cleanup batter for the Nationals, Ryan Zimmerman, just wanted to put the ball on the ground to the right side, and he ended up getting a base hit.
Yeah, with the shift, this is the only thing as a former pitcher, you kind of wonder sometimes when you make a nasty pitch, like Duffy did right there, it looked like it was right off the end of the bat, nobody there.
So now a couple of 2-out singles, and Anthony Rendon hit a fly ball against his former college teammate back in the first inning. Comes up now in a sudden RBI spot. Slower breaking ball, bends over for strike one. Started Rendon with a curveball in the first inning. Chop foul, 0-2.
Good fastball that ran in on Rendon.
Everybody,
Duffy with one strikeout. That came last inning. Giving up 4 hits, 1 walk.
And Rendon didn't go after the breaking ball. Well, I would think if you've got Duffy, you'd want to get your former college teammate, especially in an RBI spot like this. This is a big at bat.
Yes, it is.
1-2. And Dozier gets the line drive to end the inning. Duffy cracks Rendon's bat, and the Nationals strand 2. Is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. Apparently no problem getting a cab at Union Station. They're wheeling out of there like crazy. Now getting a cab from this ballpark, that's a challenge.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that today.
A good friend Bob Carpenter, who broadcast Twins games briefly a long time ago. Nice enough to get us a ride back to the hotel the last couple of nights. Here's a high fly to center field off the bat of Park.
They're fighting the sun right there.
And Taylor stays with it, makes the catch. One down. That'll bring up Rosario and our carsoup.com trivia question. Who holds the Nationals Expos record for strikeouts in a season? Well, let's go back to the days starting in 1969 when the Expos came to be.
I think maybe Pedro Martinez.
Rosario squares, takes a strike.
Billy.
That could be. Bartolo Colon, I believe, briefly was a member of the Expos.
Steve Rogers was a strikeout pitcher.
Bill Gullickson. Do I remember Gullickson? I like your first guess, Pedro Martinez. Who will tell anyone who asks him, fouled back 2 strikes, that he became a pitcher while he was in Montreal. We might not have seen it until he got to Boston, but that's where he really turned the corner in his pitching career.
Yeah, back in 2014, Strasburg, 242 strikeouts.
What'd you top out at?
253.
Okay.
Was the most.
2 strikes to Rosario with 1 out in the Twins' 4th. And Rosario strikes out.
And Strasburg picks up strikeout number 5.
And it'll bring up Escobar. Fox Sports North is proud to partner with Girls on the Run Twin Cities to empower girls to be healthy and confident. Join us for the Girls on the Run Spring 5K presented by Alaris Mortgage, Saturday, June 4th at Normandale Community College in Bloomington. To register, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on upcoming events. And Escobar on the first pitch, grounds to first, and the Twins have a quick 1-2-3 inning in the 4th. Strasburg throwing only 5 pitches. The bottom of the 4th inning, and Tyler Duffy's recovered after a bit of a amped up Rocky start. Gave up a leadoff home run, but he settled down after that. Jason Worth, Wilson Ramos, Stephen Drew will bat. It's been a fun visit here. We've spent a lot of time here in the last few weeks. The Twins wrapped up spring training here before they open up the regular season in Baltimore. And then we come here for this weekend series. An interesting city, to say the least.
It's a fun city to so much history here. Of course, the White House here.
Well, now we
got my picture taken by the White House last night.
Yes, a bunch of us went out to dinner, and then half of us went to the White House. I was in the other half that went back to the hotel. But I saw the White House and went out there when we were here a few weeks ago. Hadn't been there in that vicinity since the Rose Garden ceremony in '91. To center, and Buxton comes over, makes a diving catch in center field.
Looked like he got a little late break. Don't know if he saw this ball right off the bat, but his speed helped him catch up to this ball that looked like it was going to fall into the left center. So a little bit off the end of the bat. Worth, you can see Buxton now kicking it in. Nice diving catch. He can cover some ground.
And it's nice to have speed to recover from, as you said, kind of a late break. You could see on that replay, just didn't get the quickest break on that ball, but still was able to make the catch, one away. Now Ramos. Chopper, foul. We were out to dinner with Marty Gellner last night and some others, the radio guys, and we had a nice, wonderful dinner. Marty took a picture, and I sent it out on Twitter, just saying, all right, one of these 6 people is going to be the next Supreme Court justice. You know, who would you vote for?
Dan Gladden.
You'd vote for Dan Gladden.
Yeah. Who would you vote for?
Well, I'd vote for me,
Yourself?
but I was the only one. I guess that's the point. That's the point of bringing up the story. Marty overwhelmingly got more votes from my Twitter followers than anybody else. More than you, more than Gladden.
I understand that. So you would vote for yourself?
Well, just to have something in the vote column, because I wouldn't anticipate anybody else would vote for me, and based on my Twitter responses, that's exactly how it played out.
You know what? We got a great angle here, even though we are up high, and I'm looking at Buxton out in center field, how much room he has to cover. It's amazing how center fielders can, first of all, have to pick up the ball and then utilize their cat-like instincts to get to a certain spot in the outfield. There's a lot of room out there. 402 straightaway center, 377 the left center.
2-2. And now 3-2 with Stephen Drew on deck.
Yeah, 1 walk for Duffy. That came in the first inning.
And a walk will put Ramos aboard.
And missed with that breaking ball.
That'll bring up Drew. Twins baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by T-Mobile. Get Major League coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the last year. So Ramos aboard, and Drew will bat. Called out on strikes. His first time up. Down and in, ball 1. And Murphy will go to the mound. Murphy caught Duffy a little bit in spring training, but it's been a while and they need to figure out how they're going to get back into the strike zone here. Quick trip to the mound by the Twins catcher.
Duffy played for the Yankees last year, hit only .201, but he did hit 17 home runs in 131 games.
Drew, you mean?
Drew.
Right. 1-0. And a tapper, foul.
Stephen Drew, 33 years old. A lot of #1 picks by the Nationals. They have about 4 or 5 guys on their club, and now they go out and get Stephen Drew, former #1 pick of the Diamondbacks back in 2004 out of Florida State.
Great stop at first by Park. 3-6. 3. What a play by Byung-Ho Park. Robbing Drew of a hit and turning it into a double play.
Well, they might take a look at this, but you're right. I mean, a great play by Park, who was holding on Ramos. And the Twins players will kind of wait around the infield. But watch him right here. Got off the bag quickly. Nice throw over to Escobar. The relay throw.
He might be safe on the return. So it'll be reviewed, but
James Hoy, the first base umpire, did hesitate for a second to call him safe or out.
Sure looked on replay like he was across the bag already, doesn't it? Or didn't it?
We'll see how quick they call this. That will determine. Call on the field, of course, out at first base.
Oh yeah, he's safe by plenty.
Yeah.
So this will not be a 3-6-3 double play, which doesn't diminish Park's play at all. What a great job taking a hit away. And Drew should almost certainly reach on a fielder's choice. And so the call has been very quickly overturned. And Steven Strasburg will hit with a runner at first and two down.
That's a big play to get it right there, because now you have Strasburg with 2 outs up, where if it does, did not go the Nationals' way, Strasburg leads off next inning.
Right. So a runner at first, 2 down. Chopper towards short. And the force at second. The inning lasts 1 pitch longer. Young-Ho Park with a fine defensive play to keep the Nationals off the board. We're still tied at 1.
Twin fans, don't forget at Twin home games, you bring your Circle Me signs, you might find yourself in the Minnesota Lottery winner's circle. We'll circle right there. Where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets, courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery.
We've got a 1-1 ball game. The Twins have hit some balls hard against Strasburg. It'll be the bottom third of the lineup. Murphy, Buxton, and Duffy in the 5th inning.
Strasburg, after 4 innings, 50 pitches, 37 strikes. He has not walked a Twins batter. He does have 5 strikeouts. He's given up 3 hits.
Murphy struck out swinging his first time up, and he takes ball 1. Now 2-0.
Strasburg making his 136th major league start. 57 wins, 37 losses, an ERA at 3.04.
High fly to right field. And Decker.
You can see the sun off the sunglasses he has on there. High sky, high sun. Hi, sun.
Our Toyota key stat today, Steven Strasburg, coming back from Tommy John surgery and having a really good start to his season this year, pitching against the Braves and the Marlins.
Yeah, I'm always amazed. You have a guy like Strasburg and you think, boy, this guy's a workhorse. He's going to be, and he's got one complete game. That was a shutout back in 2013 when he shut out the Phillies.
Here's Buxton, who spanked the first pitch he saw to the center field fence, and now a bunt in the air, and Ramos couldn't react to get to the warning track in time for the catch. So Buxton drilling a double in his first at bat on the first pitch, and now here in the fifth on the first pitch, popping up a bunt foul.
Yeah, as a catcher, of course, you know, you have the mask and you hear bunt and you look up and you can see Ramos looking for it. By the time he does, can't catch up to it. Tough play for a catcher.
One strike to Buxton. A high fly behind third, drifting toward the seats and out of play. Buxton.
Nice catch by the fan.
How can you see that from up here?
It hit his hand, popped straight up, and he re-caught it.
It's a future fantasy camper with moves like
him
that.
Form.
Buxton a little more aggressive here, swinging early in the count, trying to put the ball in play to avoid getting 2 strikes against Strasburg, but that's exactly what he's got now. 0-2. We've seen on this road trip, even though Buxton obviously has struggled this year, we've seen the impact he can have on a game. The double here was a double, could have been a triple, but he might have been the only guy, certainly on the Twins team, who would have advanced to third on a 5-foot bunt by Duffy, and then coming in on a base hit.
Got to realize too, that was a leadoff double, so he's going to score on a base hit anyway.
Right,
you know?
right.
So he didn't try to take the chance to get thrown out at third.
Inside. But the game he had in Milwaukee on Thursday showed a great insight into how he can impact a game just by putting the ball in play.
Yeah, just too many strikeouts.
Swing and a miss, and there's another one right there.
Yeah, it's 21 times he has struck out now in 42 at bats.
For those of you who weren't watching Thursday afternoon, we'll take a look at strike 3, a pitch diving inside on the right-handed batter. But Buxton hit a ball to the outfield to the left of the third baseman, and you just naturally assume that's a single. Well, it could have been a stand-up double because of his speed. And Duffy swings, gets a piece, strike 1. They tried to pick him off at second base. The ball went straight into the center fielder, Alex Presley, and Buxton popped up and sprinted to third without a throw, and then scored on a medium deep fly ball. 0-2.
But I think what Buxton's finding out is you can't steal first. He has to make contact.
Right.
Vicious swing, that last one by Duffy.
8 in a row.
Another vicious swing.
So Duffy strikes out. Another 1-2-3 inning for Strasburg.
Hey, he went down swinging.
Pepsi fans of the game, Twins fans here, hoping that they can win the final game of this series. Twins will be done with interleague play for a while after today, at least the National League style of play.
I think it's next time National League side will go what, Atlanta in August,
middle of August, and then the middle of September a series against the Mets in New York. One strike to Den Decker, 2 strikes.
Good change up right there by Duffy.
That's the pitch the Twins wanted him to work on a lot in spring training, and no one was too concerned about the results in spring training because they understood that a young pitcher was trying to get a better feel for another pitch, not a secondary pitch, I guess a tertiary pitch, whatever. Up and in, but then Duffy really struggled with the pitches he already had command with, the location of the fastball. He said that hitters who the last couple of months of the year last year offered at the breaking ball like that were laying off the breaking pitch, and it just seemed like the addition of that changeup was impacting his other pitches somehow. 2-2. And now 3-2. Issued a 1-out walk in the 4th, and certainly doesn't want to issue a leadoff walk here in the 5th.
I know when I started to learn a changeup, Dick, what you don't want to do on the mound is throw a changeup with the game like this, where it might determine them looking, saying you got beat on your 3rd best pitch. Ouch,
that one drilled Duffy in the back, we hope. He nearly was hit by a line drive in the 1st inning on Murphy's liner to center. And Dave Prumer, who earlier came out to check on Eduardo Nunez, the back of the shoulder, perhaps.
Shoulder. You hope it's in the back. Looked like right on top. Well, maybe behind. And it doesn't help that Dave Prumer's putting his fingers right where it hurts.
I was just going to say.
Does this hurt?
It hurts when I do that. Well, don't do that.
Don't do that.
That will leave a mark at the very least. It's just a question of whether Duffy can continue on here.
Tell you what, I don't realize how fortunate I was that I was never hit above the waist. My goodness. Look at this ball right off the end of the bat. Ouch.
It almost looked like it caught the front of the shoulder.
Well, you see him kind of turn right here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
And he's got to come out of the ball game. A leadoff single here in the 5th inning, but an early exit. And again, Duffy had a close call in the 1st inning when Murphy whistled one right in front of his nose, and now he's got to come out after Den Decker's leadoff hit. Here he'll get as much time as he feels he needs.
Yeah, that must have got him pretty good because Duffy did not try to throw another pitch to see if he, if maybe he was going to be okay. Taking another angle look at it.
Right on the outside of the shoulder.
Yeah.
Duffy was called up to start because Ervin Santana during batting practice the other day bent over to pick up a baseball and tweaked his back. Now I asked Ervin this morning how things were, and he said, well, he can touch his toes, which is something he could not do even yesterday. And then he proceeded to prove it to me, which he didn't need to do, but he did anyway. And so the hope is that he'll just be pushed back.
Was he standing or sitting?
He was standing. Okay. And he didn't bend his knees or anything. It was a true touch of the toes. But Paul Molitor said, we're going to want to see him in the bullpen and make sure that he is able to go and give the Twins a competitive start before they pencil him in again. For more on Ervin Santana's situation, let's check in with Marty Gellner.
Dick, I can back up what you said because Ervin also showed me today how he could touch his toes.
Well, shoot, I should have asked him.
He couldn't do it yesterday, but then he kind of twisted side to side, and he said anything that he does to the side, any twisting, is when he feels it pull. And I asked him if he's done anything baseball-wise. He said no, that he tried to jog across his hotel room this morning because he was so anxious to test it. And he said he could jog a little bit, like 5 steps, literally. But he said it's still sore. He is noticing a noticeable improvement, though, from yesterday. The Twins, though, will sort of set a timeline as to when he'll be able to throw a bullpen session, and they won't know when he'll make his next start until he's able to have that bullpen.
Yeah, well, I had a very small room. 5 steps, I would have run into the wall.
2 things. One, he must have a bigger room than I have. And the other thing is, and this might have come into play, of course, in this game, had he started, he would have been asked to swing the bat, and it sounds like that's the very motion Marnie spoke of that was causing him some pain, torquing his midsection a little bit. And he won't have to swing a bat for quite a while.
Well, looks like Casey Fiend is ready to face Michael Taylor. Casey Fiend, who worked in yesterday's ball game, 1 shutout inning. He did give up a hit, but he had a couple strikeouts. In the 2-0 loss to the Nationals, he threw 23 pitches, 18 for strikes.
The batter is Michael Taylor. Den Decker can steal some bases. 11 steals in 135 big league games coming into the season. And a look over. And the Twins have given up just 4 steals in 7 tries. And we've seen a mixture of throwovers, holds, step-offs.
Casey Fiend, more of a fly ball pitcher than a ground ball pitcher. Doesn't get a lot of double plays turned behind him. Very aggressive in the strike zone with the fastball and cutter.
That ball is caught. No, not in the air. And the throw to first not in time. Nunez claiming that he caught the ball in the air. A home plate umpire, Toby Basner, said no. And we'll see if the Twins challenge that.
Oh, Basner right there. Did he trap it?
Yeah, check that.
So I guess Basner saying that Nunez did. Great effort.
Can't check that because that's a play that's in front of the umpires, the base umpires.
Watch Nunez come in.
Yeah, it hit the ground.
Trapped it.
Yep. And Paul Molitor is going to ask, this can't be reviewed, but the appeal here is for Basner to maybe check with the base umps. But truth be told, no one could have had a better view of it than the home plate umpire, and it looked like he made the right call. Again, this is not a reviewable play because it is in front of the base umpires. So it will be a bunt single. And in an attempt to make the catch and maybe get the double play, Nunez hits the ground and is unable to get the out at first. Daniel Murphy, the batter.
Now Murphy already with 2 singles in the ball game. John Ryan Murphy stepping in front of home plate, letting his infielders know what play might be on. See if Murphy's asked to bunt here. Murphy came in leading the National League in hitting at .411. He's now hitting .431.
Dug out by Murphy. You can't find it right away. Ball 1. So an unusual entry into the game for Casey Fiend. With Tyler Duffy leaving after getting smoked on the pitching shoulder.
One thing when that happens, a pitcher coming into the bullpen, he gets as many throws as he wants.
Out in front, 1-1.
Good little slider cutter right there. Duffy in his, Casey Fiend in his 5th season with the Twins.
Nationals did all their scoring last night or yesterday in the 1st inning. The 1st inning run today, but now a threat here in the 5th. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Hook foul. 1-2.
Murphy in his 8th major league season came into this year a .288 hitter. All those seasons with the Mets.
And Fiend steps off. He's given up more hits than we have seen. 3 walks. And a quirky bunt single, putting runners at 1st and 2nd with nobody out here in the 5th. Just missed 2-2, close to clipping that inside corner.
You know what I said on here on Friday night, when I look at Murphy, I see a little bit of Wade Boggs, just the way he stands at the plate. The way he'll always ask the umpire where that pitch was. He's definitely watched tapes, I guarantee you, of Wade Boggs.
To center, and Buxton's there for the catch, and a quick flip back to the infield, 1 down.
That's a big out right there because it does not advance the runners.
Target Field suites are available for single game rental for groups of 16 to 150 plus. Enjoy a climate controlled experience and a fantastic view of the Twins game with food and beverage included. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 833-TWINS to schedule your suite at Target Field. Now the cleanup batter, Zimmerman. A word from Mitch Hested, the Twins media relations representative on this road trip. A right shoulder contusion for Duffy, removed for precautionary reasons. Contusion's the same as a bruise, right?
Right.
Precautionary reasons in this case because it hurt.
Well, I mean, everybody feel your shoulder. If it hit right on that bone, that's smart.
Zimmerman lined to left and singled. Buxton back, making a wonderful catch in the gap. And a throw off line. That time taking the right angle and cutting that ball off. A couple of well hit balls here, but they're hit to a good spot on the field for the Twins.
Zimmerman's had really 3 good at bats. He's made contact in his first at bat. He lined out to Rosario, right a high fastball. He hit this ball right on the button, almost like Brian Dozier has done in his first 2 at bats. And again, that line drive that Murphy hit that Buxton made a nice catch did not advance the runners, and that keeps Denderker at second base. Now 2 outs.
Now Rendon. This can be an unfair game. Taylor just wanted to bunt the ball. He bunted it in the air. Nunez didn't glove it in the air, at least according to Toby Basner. And he gets credit for a base hit on a ball that didn't travel 50 feet. And a couple of vicious line drives are caught. Murphy's 0 for 1 in the 5th inning, and so is Zimmerman, and they hit the ball about as hard as you can hit a baseball. One strike to Rendon.
Yeah, last night the first batter Casey Fiend faced was Rendon. He tried to bunt to get on, but he bunted it too hard and was out at first. Here trying to knock in a run.
92-mile-per-hour fastball gets a foul ball. It's 0-2.
Like last night, Casey Fiend comes in throwing strikes. 23 pitches last night, 18 strikes. So far 10 pitches. 8 of them have been over the plate.
To Washington's third baseman. Off the plate. Because he pitched yesterday and threw quite a few pitches, I'd imagine Fiend will be done when he completes the 5th inning here. Twins right now carrying 13 pitchers because they added Duffy and sent down Polanco and did not disable Irvin Santana. 1-2. 2-2. Nationals threatened in the 3rd. Left a couple of men on base. And a couple of singles to start the 5th inning, and Fiend trying to pitch out of it. Fly ball, right field. And Sano has it measured to end the inning. Nice job by Casey Fiend, finishing up the 5th and sending the Twins off the field in a tie game. in the third inning to get the tying run. Sanford Health injury report. Yoenis Cespedes re-injured his right leg and did not play Saturday in Atlanta. We see so many injuries, hardly a day goes by and a key player for somebody doesn't go down. Strasburg knows all about that. Tommy John surgery back in 2010. Top of the order here in the Twins sixth, starting with Eduardo Nunez. He has 2 of the 3 Twins hits. Ball 1.
Yeah, Strasburg, a couple stints on a disabled list last year too.
Oblique injury and
neck tightness, and then the oblique strain.
On the outside corner, 1-1. On this date, 20 years ago today. There's Ryan Presley getting loose for the 6th inning. 20 years ago today, the Twins got a lot of hits, a lot of runs. There's strike 2. They beat the Tigers 24-11. And the manager, current manager, Paul Molitor, had a big day. Scored 5 runs, drove in 5 runs.
That wasn't part of that doubleheader, was it?
I don't believe so. That was just a single game. Tigers in that era weren't very good. Twins in that era weren't very good, but they scored a lot of runs that day. 1-2 to Nunez. He'll be followed by Dozier and Sano. Dug out of the dirt by Ramos.
Well, 7 strikeouts for Steven Strasburg. No walks yet.
Couple of 3-ball counts. On the outside corner, 95 miles per hour. Basner said it caught the edge.
And almost an unhittable pitch. Strikeout number 8. Strasburg at 6'4", straight over the top, clipping the corner.
That was a pitch, or one of several, that Tanner Roark used so effectively. You saw Fox Tracks presented by Jeep, that tailing fastball that moves back over the outside corner to a right-handed batter and the inside corner to a left-handed batter. Here's Dozier. He's drilled 2 liners to center field. Ball 1, now strike 1. Up and in.
You know, sometimes you're blessed with a good arm, just like Strasburg. 70 pitches right now, 50. But what he does so well, gets to that balance point and then really utilizes that pitching rubber. Puts that foot in there and then drives right there. See him right there, stick that foot beside that rubber, and now you push off right there. Rely on your legs to create the power of your fastball.
Two and 2 to Dozier with Sano on deck. On the ground, and this one out of Drew's reach, and Dozier will make a big turn at first and hold up with a single.
Yeah, Brian's had 3 very good at bats. He gets rewarded there with a base hit.
I think if Drew would have cut that off, Brian might have just walked off the field. Twins fans, join the Heart of 29, a year-long campaign to help support the American Heart Association. Purchase a special Carews Corner ticket package Fridays in April and May and receive a Rod Carew Twins jersey. You can also join or pledge Rod's team at the Twin Cities Heart Walk. For more details, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on upcoming events on the Hot Topics bar. Here is Sano with a man aboard and 1 out. Sano has struck out swinging twice. Half swing, ball 1.
Strasburg is not allowed a home run yet this year.
So he's due.
He's due. This is his 4th start. See if he can hang Sano a breaking ball. Figured you talk about it. I probably should make it a call. So let's make it a call. Hang him a cookie.
Ramos has a very good arm behind the plate. And we've seen the Nationals, when the Twins have had some speed on the bases, pay attention to those runners adequately.
Yeah, Strasburg pretty quick home too. He does have a couple pickoffs in his career.
Drilled to left, and Worth hauls it in on the edge of the track. And Sano with a blistering line drive for out number 2.
He hit it too hard. Got to get a little air time on that baby. He hit that ball right on the button. Oh, Sano getting a pitch and hammering it, but Worth goes back, makes a nice running catch. Does a little bit of a Bo Jackson off the wall. Except Bo Jackson rounded the wall. He climbed the wall.
2 down. Dozier still at first. Young Ho Park struck out in the 1st and hit a fly ball to center in the 4th. Tough timing for Park, who really toward the end of the homestand looked like he was finding a groove at the plate. And then, you know, he hit out on the road. Paul Molitor knew he was going to get him one game, wasn't sure where on the road trip. And if Park was going to play at any point this weekend, it necessarily meant Joe Mauer would have to sit. Mauer leading the American League in on-base percentage and doing all the things that Joe Mauer's done so well over the years.
Yeah, Park's first 3 at-bats are all fastballs in. He ended up striking out. Then the next at-bat, fastball in, he popped up. Now fastball away a little bit. I thought he had a pretty good swing in the 4th inning. He just hit it, just got underneath it. See where Ramos moves behind the plate.
Back inside.
Back inside.
Driven to right, retreating is Den Decker, still going back, leaping and making a catch on a warning track. Now the Twins hitting the ball hard here in the 6th, but the left fielder and right fielder turn in good plays to stifle a rally.
Sometimes you're just living right. We've seen it here today. Buxton's made a number of really fine plays in center field. Worth
catches a wicked line drive. Then to end the top of this inning, Decker makes a nice running catch. That's something the Twins would like to get back to. That part of the game was a strength last year, and we'll see how Sano continues to develop. At least that's the hope he will in right field. Ryan Presley comes into the game for the 10th time.
Yeah, Ryan worked here on Friday night, a shutout inning. He did walk a batter, 14 pitches, 8 for strikes, in the 8-4 loss to the Nationals here on Friday night.
Worth hit a liner to left center field, and Buxton made a diving catch for the first out of the 4th inning. Swing and a miss, 1 strike. Worth, Ramos, and Drew, and then Strasburg due up next. And a high fastball, foul back, 0-2.
4 or 5 days ago, Worth hit his 200th home run, and then here to the other night, his 201st career home run. In his 6th season with the Nationals, he's been with the Blue Jays, Dodgers, Phillies. Former #1 pick by the Orioles.
Wow. Took a fastball right down the middle.
So Ryan Presley comes in, picks up a strikeout on 3 pitches. Worth looking for something else.
Late in half. 1 down, and now Wilson Ramos.
Duffy had 1 strikeout. Casey Fiend, nobody, and Presley picks up a strikeout.
Ramos with a bouncer to short, then he drew a 1-out walk against Duffy in the 4th. Down and away, ball 1.
Ryan has all 4 pitches. Good fastball, low 90s, mid 90s, curveball, excellent curveball. There's a curveball right there that misses, a slider and a changeup.
Two and 0. On the outer half.
Good fastball away. Presley, 27 years old. Originally signed by Boston in 2007. Came over to the Twins as a Rule 5 pickup in 2012.
3-1 now to the #7 batter. Stephen Drew on deck. Back on the outside corner for strike 2. Breaking ball got him.
Good pitch. Back-to-back strikeouts. Fell behind an account. Got it to 3-2, and then looked like the slider. Might have been a curveball, but Ramos swings through it.
The Twins Flex Plan gives you the flexibility to choose your games and your number of seats. Choose in advance or even the day of the game. So don't plan, Flex Plan. Go to twinsbaseball.com/flex or call 800-33-TWINS. 2 down, and here's Stephen Drew. Pulled to first. Convenient hop for Park. And a real good inning for Ryan Presley. And we head to the 7th, tied at 1. Story of the game, 2-0 yesterday and a low-scoring game again today.
Well, for 25 of the 74 runs that the Nationals will score to come in the first inning. They did score one today, but Nunez got that run right back with an RBI single in the third inning. And Strasburg, 8 strikeouts, no walks. He's given up 4 hits to the Twins. And the story for the Twins is Tyler Duffy, who went into the 5th inning, but took that line drive off the bat and then had to leave the game. But he pitched well in his 4+ innings.
Fortunately for the Twins hitters, Strasburg is still out there, as he will pitch to Rosario, Escobar, Murphy, and then the Twins hope a few more here in the 7th.
76 pitches for Strasburg, 55 strikes.
Rosario takes ball 1. The left-handed batters in the Twins lineup today against Strasburg are 0 for 4, and there really hasn't been solid contact made. The balls that have been hit hard, and there have been a few of them, have all been by right-handed batters. And now Strasburg falls behind Rosario 3-0. Rosario, as you probably know, not the easiest guy to walk. Just 3 of them on the year, one of those intentional. And a strike, 3-1. Twins would love to get the leadoff man on here in the 7th. And Rosario thought that might have been ball 4. Instead, it's strike 2.
Yeah, fastball away.
Well outside, according to Fox Tracks. See Ramos bring the glove in just a little bit, and now the pitch fouled away.
I'll say it again. You can look at Fox Tracks all you want. Every umpire has their own way of calling balls and strikes. Saw Ramos sit outside, and the way he caught the ball looked like a strike, even though it was outside.
Fouled away. They say Russell Martin of the Blue Jays, one of the best ever at that. And how much does that mean for a pitching staff over the course of the year?
I think in my playing days, Bob Boone was respected as a great catcher as far as framing, you know, in and out with that glove.
Swing and a miss. Rosario strikes out, 1 away.
Well, strikeout number 9.
Carsoup.com trivia question. I like your guess, Pedro Martinez.
Yep. In Media Guide, page 299. 305 strikeouts in 1997.
Here is Escobar, a fly to left and a bouncer to first. And still mid-90s, a good firm fastball in a good spot, strike 1.
I think they're one of the reasons that the Nationals are 13-4 coming into this ball game. Their starting staff, unbelievable. 10 wins, 3 losses, a combined earned run average at 2.2.
On the ground, a few hops, skipping to Drew. 2 down.
And a good defense out there. They've only committed 5 errors.
We've just seen the Royals 3 games. This is the 3rd game that we've seen the Nationals, and it's April, so no one is predicting anything. But I have been more impressed with the Nationals than the Royals because of the starting pitching. I mean, we're not seeing Max Scherzer in this series, and you know, if there is an Achilles heel for Kansas City, it probably would be their starting pitcher. Fouled back by Murphy. Very good numbers. The Cubs also very good in the National League. The White Sox very good in the American League.
Yeah, you see, they've only allowed 6 home runs.
1-1 to Murphy.
And the bullpen has only allowed 4.
Murphy on the year, 2 hits, 28 at bats. That's to right, hanging in the air for Den Decker, twisting around, making the play. Another 1-2-3 inning for Strasburg. He's only given up just a handful of hits to the Twins. 4 of them. He's been in control on the mound.
Hey, always look at the base on balls. No base on balls. 9 strikeouts for Strasburg. Getting strikeouts on various pitches. Good movement on those pitches. 90 pitches, 64 for strikes for Strasburg, and now he leads off here the bottom of the 7th inning.
4 of his 7 innings have been 1-2-3 innings on the mound. He's 0 for 2 as a batter. He has put the ball in play twice on the ground for outs. Ball 1.
Yeah, Strasburg in his career 222 at bats now. About a 145 hitter. 7 doubles, a home run.
And strike 1-1. Foul back 1-2. Hits have all come from the first 4 spots in the Nationals batting order. And Strasburg starts the 7th with a sharp base hit to left center field. Presley got 2 strikes on him, and then Strasburg hit the ball hard past Escobar.
Yeah, he tried to sneak the fastball by him, but Strasburg hit it quickly through the infield. Fastball stayed up and in. Past the diving Escobar in the left center. Rosario gets it back in.
Then Decker might be asked to bunt. And it's Taylor and Daniel Murphy. And Decker homered, leading off the first inning, the only National run so far. Ball 1. One and 0. Pulled foul. 1-1.
And then Decker does not have a sacrifice this season. Not too many at bats.
On the outside corner. Twins had to go to their bullpen early in the 5th inning when Tyler Duffy got hit by a line drive on his pitching shoulder. Casey Fiend got through the 5th. Presley breezed through the 6th, but now a leadoff single by Strasburg in the 7th. Laying off the breaking ball. It's 2-2. Taylor on deck.
Yeah, 3 times in his 9 appearances prior to this appearance, Presley has been asked to pitch more than 1 inning. Longest outing 2 1/3 innings.
Another breaking ball, and then Decker lays off. It's a full count. Wouldn't expect Strasburg to take off here.
But as a pitcher, you put yourself in that situation. You just missed with 2 breaking balls. Almost you're hoping a good fastball away, maybe get a ground ball. Presley, like Casey Fiend, more of a fly ball pitcher.
Chopped. And Park lost it in the sun, and it bounced over his shoulder and landed in foul territory. Turns into an inconsequential factor because of had he caught the ball, it should have been a foul ball call.
Right.
See his left foot, at least his left foot was.
Yeah,
in
but
foul.
the sunglasses look good on the top of his hat.
Full count. Well, in that case, you didn't have time to flip them.
Well, no, but with that sun, you could see the shadows right behind him as he and Strasburg are right there. So the sun's going to be a factor.
Fouled back.
And another fastball, foul straight back.
No one wears, I don't think they do, the flip-up sunglasses anymore, where almost in with no motion at all, you can flip. You have the glasses flipped up so you can see through them. In this case, you can understand he's staring at home plate, and then there's shadows behind home plate. Might not want to wear the sunglasses. Staring into trying to pick up the ball upon the point of contact. Check swing, and he went.
All right, good pitch by Presley right there, picking up his 3rd strikeout. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC. Big strikeout right there.
And now strikeout prone Taylor will bat.
He's some sunglasses all around.
He's got his on. Dozier has his on. When you're in the infield, though, you're really concerned about picking up the ball off the bat as quickly as you can. And so Park opting to having his up on the bill of his cap. One and 0 to Taylor. And a strike.
I just hate to see a game being maybe won or lost because a guy that has his sunglasses on his hat, you know, isn't wearing them.
That is kicked. Presley flips to Park, who can't make the play. It'll be an infield hit for Taylor, and Murphy will come up with 2 men aboard.
Yeah, second infield hit in a row. Remember, Taylor tried to bunt, and then Nunez trapped that ball in the 5th inning. And here, it looked like Presley kicked the ball toward first base. And in a tough little play for Park, as Presley comes in and kind of gives him a little shovel right there. And Park was able to at least knock it down.
Hit his back foot.
Boy, hit his back foot.
And in retrospect, and Presley doesn't know that, of course, he's trying to stop the ball from going up the middle. It looked like Escobar might have been able to make that play near the second base bag. Your instincts take over. You try to do whatever you can to deny a base hit. First and second, 1 down, and here's Murphy. Strike 1.
Well, it's almost the same situation that Casey Fiend faced in the 5th inning with a couple runners on with Murphy up. Instead, there was no outs at that time. At least there's 1 out here. Murphy flew out to Buxton in the 5th inning.
Hit the ball hard, but Buxton was able to make the catch. That's wide of the bag, 0-2. Trevor May warming up. What run the Nationals have, the leadoff home run. They had first and second, nobody out in the first, didn't score. First and second, 2 out in the third, didn't score. First and second, nobody out in the 5th, didn't score. Now first and second with 1 out in the 7th.
Yeah, Murphy hasn't hit into a double play yet. That breaking ball right there, Murphy just got a piece of it.
It's a swing and miss pitch, as we have described it whenever Presley's come into the game. But Murphy got a piece of that last one.
Now ahead in the count, 0-2. Got to trust your catcher right here.
That's to left center field. Rosario tracking it in the gap, makes the catch for out number 2. And that'll bring up Ryan Zimmerman. Zimmerman has lined out twice, once to Rosario, once to Buxton. He also has a single.
I think if it was a normal runner at second base, you would have tagged up right there. But Strasburg, being the pitcher, went back to the bag, did not tag up. So he stays at second base.
Strike at the knees.
I only say that because if that ball gets past Rosario, he's going to score anyway from second base.
Swinging a foul, and we're chuckling up here because it happens here. We had birds flying beneath us here.
Beneath us, yep.
A couple of pigeons flew about 50 feet underneath us. And here we are. And we have birds flying beneath us. and 2 to Ryan Zimmerman. Struck him out. Presley does a nice job pitching around a couple of base hits in the 7th, and we head to the 8th, tied at 1. Ryan Presley with a couple of good innings. His spot is due up here second in this 8th inning.
Remember I said when you have a good curveball, you have to trust your catcher that he'll knock it down. This is where you want that curveball. You see just on the other side of the plate. And Murphy able to knock it down and then tag Zimmerman out for the final out. So good pitch right there by Presley, trusting that his catcher will knock it down. Good pitch, good strikeout.
Strasburg will pitch to the Twins here in the 8th, having taken just 5 warm-up pitches between innings. Took him a while to get to the mound. He was left at second base. Buxton takes up high, ball 1.
See, I think that's a rule they have to look at the National League, that you got to let your pitcher warm up. He was at second base. By the time he gets his glove and everything, you got to make sure that you're out there throwing enough to get loose. You get 8, should get 8.
1-1 to Buxton. Max Kepler is on deck. Buxton drove a double to the center field fence his first time up. Takes a breaking ball for strike 2. And Buxton struck out swinging in the 5th. Two and 2.
Strasburg's last start, you see some action in the bullpen. He threw 105 pitches in 8 innings, and he picks up strikeout number 10 for the 2nd straight game in a row. He's had 10 or more strikeouts. And the 23rd time in his career he's had 10 or more strikeouts in a ball game. Goes that fastball right past the swinging Buxton.
Max Kepler will bat now. Excuse me, it's going to be Joe Mauer. Kepler was in the on-deck circle. And now Mauer will bat for Presley. Mauer, a veteran player, and as we said earlier, he's leading the league in on-base percentage. And Paul Molitor deciding to try to get somebody on base here for the top of the lineup. Swinging a foul back.
Yeah, not too often you see Joe coming off the, I mean, as far as bench, but also swinging at the first pitch.
One strike. And a called strike. Mauer didn't like that call. Strasburg shaving the corner.
Yeah, Joe got a hit here on Friday night. One hit in yesterday's ball game. This is the curveball right here.
One and two.
Strasburg's career high in strikeouts in a game, 14. He did it twice.
One and two to Mauer. 2-2. Mauer hitting at .328, but drawing twice as many walks as he has piled up strikeouts, 14-7.
This is pitch number 100 for Steven Strasburg.
Dribbled up the line, and it kicks foul right in front of the base. So another swing from Mauer.
Very good strike to ball ratio.
Matt Belisle, you saw him warming up before. Another 2-2 to Mauer. Driven to the left field corner. Worth chasing it. Going into a slide. It's a foul ball. Twins as a team 1 for 8 in the pinch hitting department. The one, a home run by Eddie Rosario. Larger issues right now for that man, but he would like to see better production from the bench than he had last year. That's up the middle and a base hit. So Mauer gets his pinch hit, and he's aboard. The Budweiser Roof Deck is the ultimate Minnesota Twins outdoor experience. The roof deck available for your group of 250 guests on both Independence and Labor Day weekends. Your clients and staff will love the view, the amenities, and large fire. Everything you need for mixing game time with social time. Go to twinsbaseball.com/groups.
Sorry, I thought you were done. Good hitting by Joe Mauer, lining that right up the middle.
And now Nunez, the batter. Because of the roster move of activating Duffy, there are just 3 remaining bench players for the Twins. Polanco sent back to the AAA roster. So Mauer left in the game. Chopped foul. Max Kepler, Oswaldo Arcia, and the backup catcher, today's backup catcher, Kurt Suzuki.
Nunez has 2 of the 5 hits this afternoon for the Twins. A single in the first, an RBI single in the third.
Fouled away over the Nationals dugout. Nunez with 2 singles, including an RBI single in the third. to Nunez. Across the plate, protecting the plate. He was called out on strikes in the 6th.
Yeah, it's good to see Nunez do that. You know, I mean, he works. That ball was probably 3 or 4 inches outside, but it even looked like he was trying to take that to right field rather than maybe, you know, just pull the ball.
Oh, 2 to Nunez. Chopped high off the plate.
Put it in your back pocket.
And Mauer to second, Nunez to first. That was about as high a chopper as you will ever see. And the Twins have runners at first and second with 1 down.
Yeah, nothing Drew could do about that. Right off the plate, I believe. It went way up high. Drew realizing can't throw. So Nunez picks up his 3rd hit. Continues to swing a good bat for the Twins.
This has been the best game for Brian Dozier in terms of making solid contact. He's lined out to center twice and hit a hot ground ball out of the reach of Drew for a base hit in the 6th. Strike 1. Low, 1-1.
He tried to change up right there, missed low. Slider the first pitch at 90 miles an hour, the change up at 88. Ryan's been right on his fastball.
Outside, 2-1. Twins looking for a big hit late in the ball game.
Seeing something good to happen here.
3-1. Sano on deck.
Strasburg has not walked a batter.
Might be Strasburg's last hitter, particularly if he loses him. 3-1 to Brian Dozier. Swing and a miss.
Power against a power swing. Kind of reared back and found a little extra there at 96 miles an hour.
Breaking ball, and he fought it off. It's a good foul ball by Brian. That was a nasty pitch down and away.
A little slider.
Another 3-2 to Dozier. A drive down the left field line, but it'll hook foul. Jumped all over that pitch and clobbered it.
That fastball clocked at 96 here. Again, Brian's been right on his fastball. .113 today.
Big battle here between Dozier and Strasburg. A drive to left field. Worth going back. Gone! A 3-run home run for Brian Dozier.
What a day at the plate for Brian Dozier. Hopefully this gets him out of that little rut he was in. His 3rd home run of the year. And it's a big one. A big 3-run home run. First 3-run home run by the Twins today. And it came at a great time.
And you're right, he was all over Strasburg's fastball all afternoon long. And he clobbered that halfway up into the grandstand section and left.
And Dusty Baker coming out. Strasburg is done. But celebration by the Twins. Good to see. That's a big home run for Brian Dozier.
And Strasburg leaves with the Twins taking a 4-1 lead in the 8th.
Well, you know what, Dick? You mentioned it, that 3-2 slider that he fouled off, and then he pulled the fastball foul, and this one he did not miss. A big 3-run home run. And the Twins take a 4-1 lead thanks to that 3-run home run.
And Miguel Sano will bat with the bases empty and 1 out. Matt Belisle coming out of the Washington bullpen.
Belisle making his 6th relief appearance, 5 innings so far. He's given up only 1 run, a walk, and a couple strikeouts. Belisle in his first season with the Nationals, coming over from the Cardinals.
Sano takes strike 1. Remember, this inning started when, for all intents and purposes, Paul Molitor changed the answer on his test. Pounded foul. Max Kepler was in the on-deck circle ready to hit behind Buxton. And then when Buxton struck out, he switched out Kepler for Mauer. And Mauer had a long at bat, ending in a sharp single to center. Then Nunez chopped one off the plate. Dozier had the lengthy at bat before the 3-run home run. There's a ball hit deep to the right field corner, but it'll twist foul. Now, you strike me as someone who probably changed answers on your tests an awful lot.
Well, depending on what the person next to me had. If they used their eraser, so did I.
If you had A in the multiple choice test and the person next to you had C, you might have changed your answer.
Yeah.
Just outside.
Real good chance of that. I don't lie.
You just cheat.
No, I didn't cheat.
Just
whatever he got, I got.
Okay. High fly center field.
We were a team.
He didn't know it. 2 down in the 8th. And that'll bring up Young Ho Park. Park back in the lineup, and Paul Molitor addressed it this morning. You know, tough assignment for Park. You pretty much sit for 5 days, and then you got to face Steven Strasburg, first game action you've had. And Park struck out on the first, has hit a couple of fly balls. Swinging a foul.
Belial, 35 years old. He started playing pro ball in 1999.
Check swing with a strike, 0-2.
Pitched for the Reds or Rockies, the Cardinals last season. Now here in Washington.
Hit hard through the shift on the left side, and Park has a base hit. And that'll bring up Rosario.
Good solid swing right there by Park. Picks up his first hit.
Rosario 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. He was the only Twin starter who did not strike out at least twice yesterday, but he has struck out twice today. Outside, ball 1.
It's been nice to see the Twins. Yes, they don't have the winning record that everybody wants right now. They come into this ballgame 5-13, but they scored now 14 runs in the 8th inning. That's the most runs they have scored in an inning. So they're scoring late. 11 runs in the 6th, 8 in the 7th, and now 14 in the 8th.
So far today, the bullpen's been really good, and they've got 6 more outs to get. 2-0 to Rosario. And a foul, 2-1. In Friday's game, Kyle Gibson did not have a good game, lasted just 3 innings, and after that, the Twins pitching staff has done a pretty good job against this national lineup. Just 2 runs allowed again early yesterday, and just the 1 run in the first inning so far today. And Rosario swings and misses, 2-2.
Head on it. Head right on it.
Heard Tom Bernanke saying head right on it. Keep your head in. Don't let it fly open.
And inside, got a swinging strike 3. Brian Dozier's hit the ball hard 4 times today. Found the seats with 2 men aboard. And the Twins take a 4-1 lead. 1, and now Trevor May will come into the ball game to pitch to the Nationals in the 8th inning. Joe Mauer stays in the game, and he'll take over at first base for Byung-Ho Park.
Yeah, so the pitcher will hit in Park's number 4 position, where pitchers should hit, number 4. But Trevor May coming in for the 9th time. He last worked on Thursday. 1 shutout inning in the 8-1 win over the Brewers.
Up and in, ball 1.
Yeah, Casey Fiend, who relieved Tyler Duffy, who came out of the ball game in the 5th inning. Pitched 1 shutout inning. Good job by Ryan Presley. Two innings of shutout baseball. 4 strikeouts.
Missing inside, 2-0. Rendon, Worth, and Ramos. And at this point in the ball game, the Nationals are 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position in the game. May trying to make sure that neither one of those numbers changes here in the 8th inning. To right field and down for a hit. And Sano again charging it and looking at first base. Rendon has his first hit. And there's a man aboard with nobody out. Tuesday, May 24th, it's the 12th annual Kids in the City, celebrating the Fox Sports North Boys and Girls Club All-Stars. The event starts with a pregame party at Fulton Brewery, followed by the Twins and Royals game at Target Field. Visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events on the Hot Topics bar for details. Here is Jason Worth. And he gets the call on the outside corner. Worth 0 for 3. Popped up to Murphy, lined out to Buxton, and then was called out on strikes in the 6th. Backs away from a breaking ball, 1-1.
May 9 innings pitched, 15 strikeouts coming into his 9th relief appearance.
To left center field, Buxton chasing it, playing the carom. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. So May greeted by 2 line drive hits, and now the Nationals have 2 men in scoring position.
Yeah, Worth caught up to that fastball. I think he thought it was out of the ballpark. Almost like the pitch that Dozier hit that he pulled. Worth hitting it to right center. Buxton, knowing he can't get to it, he plays the carom perfectly. He gets it back in. So a single and a double off of Trevor May.
So the Twins, who needed 6 outs, still need 6 outs, and they're 2 men in scoring position. Ramos 0 for 2 with a walk. Swing and a miss. For May, just the 7th and 8th hits allowed in 9 innings. His biggest issue has been the 6 walks in those 9 innings. Ramos, then the number 8 hitter Drew in the pitcher spot. Foul back, 2 strikes. May trying to recover after a rocky start to the 8th inning.
We'll see if he can pick up one of his strikeouts.
Breaking ball, and Ramos got a piece.
Just got a piece of it.
All 8 of the hits allowed by May have come to from right-handed batters. Lefties are 0 for 10 against him. And Drew, a left-handed batter's on deck. to left center field. It'll score 2 and run to the gap. On an 0-2 pitch, Ramos fought off a breaking ball like Dozier did in his at-bat. And it's 4-3.
Well, the breaking ball left up. And Ramos getting that 2-run double, his 4th double of the year, driving in his 7th and 8th runs. Remember I said earlier, you got to trust your catcher like Presley did with that breaking ball down. That ball just kind of hung there. And Rendon and a Worth score. And it's a 4-3 ball game.
Tying run at second, nobody out. Stephen Drew might be asked to bunt here. Drew on the day 0 for 3. Strikeout. He's hit 2 ground balls. It's the first national hit with runners in scoring position today, and it drove in 2. Ball 1.
Yeah, Drew did not show bunt there.
Robinson on deck. He'll hit in the pitcher's spot. Bod warmed up, but again May has held lefties hitless, 0 for 10. Maybe the effect of his changeup. On the outside corner with a fastball. Bod continuing to get loose. One and one.
That was a change up there.
Yep.
Away. Yep.
2 and 1. Big pitch here for Trevor May. 2 and 2. Ramos at second. He's the tying run. Still nobody out in the inning.
Another fastball. Just missed outside.
And again, this is what we've seen from Trevor, just off with his control this year. 6 walks in 9 innings, and now a full count to Drew.
Well, you had that one game where he walked 3 in that Angels series in 1 inning. It's usually 2/3 of an inning.
Full count to Drew. Fouled back.
And Drew knows what his job is right here. Try to get Ramos over to third by making contact.
Another 3-2. Another foul ball. May, who's been racking up the strikeouts. More than half the outs he's gotten this year have come on strikeouts. Having a tough time fanning Drew in a spot where he needs a strikeout. Three and 2 again.
Well, he's pumping fastballs in there. John Ryan Murphy's going to talk to May about this pitch. So fastball's away, he's fouling off, and that pitch was a fastball down that he fouled off. 8-pitch at bat for Drew.
Drew really giving May an at bat here. Old foul. Ramos still at second base. Quite a battle here between Drew and May. Liner to Dozier, and they'll get just one, and that ball nearly rolled through or out of Dozier's glove. One out.
That looked like a little snow cone right there. Dozier had to leap and get that in his glove, and it did kind of trickle up his glove. But he was able to hold on to it. Good at bat for Drew, won by May. Boy, Drew hit it right on the button. But Dozier leaping up, and Ramos had to wait to make sure that ball got through the infield.
Now Ramos will be pinch run for. Danny Espinosa is going to run. And the batter will be Clint Robinson.
Yeah, it's a good trip right there by Neil Allen after throwing what, 10 pitches to Drew. Just give him a breather now. Let's go.
Robinson's got some power. He's been a pretty good pinch hitter for the Nationals. This year he's 0 for 3. As great as the at-bat was for Drew, that he didn't get the runner to third base is absolutely huge for the Twins. Now one out. Robinson and then the leadoff man, Matt Den Decker. Away, ball one. One and 0 to Robinson. Check swing, called strike, 1-1.
Yeah, Robinson at 6'5", in his second season with the Nationals. Good pitch.
One and 1. 1-2.
Good fastball there. Robinson came up with the Royals in 2012. Also spent time with the Dodgers. A lot of minor league experience and not a lot of major league experience except for what he did last year for the Nationals.
One and 2 to Robinson. Popped up a foul ball that will reach the seats.
May's thrown breaking balls, but they haven't had that bite sharpness. That one is kind of a hanger too. Hasn't had that breaking ball that starts at the thigh and then catches just on the other side of the plate. See if they go back to the fastball. May stepping off.
call at the plate. The inning started with 3 ringing line drives against Trevor May, and then another line drive that was caught by Dozier. Ten-pitch battle with Drew, and now 1-2 to Robinson, and May and Murphy will chat about it.
Yeah, May wants to throw something here. He did not get the sign from John Ryan Murphy.
Dirt, and whoever wanted the breaking ball didn't want it to end up on the warning track. Now the tying runs at third on a wild pitch.
Well, this is the curveball right here that May wanted to throw, and it got away from Murphy. And advances Espinosa over to third.
Now you got to have the strikeout. Infield is in. And a deep fly ball will tie the game. 2-2. Got the strikeout. 2 down. And now Den Decker will hit, and the infield can release and go back to normal depth.
Good fastball right here. I just looked at the 2 fastballs that he was late at, and then they tried the curveball and the changeup, and then they went back to the fastball and struck him out.
Den Decker, a home run to start the game, a ground out, a single, and a strikeout. Up and away, ball 1. A little wiggle room here. Not that you want to walk the go-ahead run, but Taylor's had all sorts of problems this year making contact. He does have a walk and 2 infield hits. But then Decker's been hitting the ball hard here today, and Taylor has not. 2-0. Now a little bit of an issue with the pitch count too, because May's up to 28 pitches this inning. To Den Decker.
And Den Decker, sitting on fastball right here.
To right field. Sano comes in, makes the catch to end the inning. Everything in the inning was hit hard off Trevor May, but the Twins come off the field with a 1-run lead. A 4-3 Twins lead in a rough inning for Trevor May, but he got off the field and his teammates off the field with a 1-run lead. Now Rivero will be on the mound.
Yeah, Felipe Rivero worked here on Friday night, an inning and a third through 17 pitches. 10 for strikes. He did give up a home run to Miguel Sano, that in the 8th inning.
It'll be Escobar, Murphy, and Buxton. And then if somebody should reach, Mauer would hit 4th this inning. The Twins suddenly in need of some insurance. Inside to Escobar. And Espinosa in at short. And Jose Lobaton behind the plate. Escobar 0 for 3 today. He's put the ball in play 3 times. But now 2-0. And as a left-handed batter, 11 for 51. A sub 200 batting average. He's 5 for 13 as a right-handed batter with a double. Fastball and a strike, 2-1.
And Rivero has a very good fastball. Also a curveball in his 2nd season with the Nationals.
High fly center field. Retreating is Taylor. And on the track now to haul it in, 1 down. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. John Ryan Murphy 0 for 3, a strikeout and a couple of flies to right. That's over the inside corner, and Murphy doesn't believe it. Boy, you don't see a catcher react very often like Murphy just did. Jepson warming up in the bullpen.
Yeah, that looked like the hard breaking ball.
The way Ramos caught it, it's amazing that they got the strike called on that. Excuse me, that's Lobaton behind the plate.
Now sitting inside again.
Foul, 2 strikes. Two hits, 29 at bats for Murphy. One of the hits a double. 3 strikeouts. One and 2. Same pitch that was called strike 1.
That might have been a better one.
It's 2-2. Yeah, that was pitch 4 was a little bit closer to the strike zone than pitch 1.
Right. Lobaton sitting inside again.
Murphy strikes out, 2 down. Nightmarish start at the plate for John Ryan Murphy.
Again, Rivero with a good fastball, just overpowers Murphy there.
Buxton will bat, cracked a double on the first pitch he saw in the 3rd inning. Made a couple of very nice catches in the outfield, but he's also struck out twice today.
Yeah, he's been busy out in center field here this afternoon.
Fouled back, a strike. Inside at 96 to get strike 2. .43 at bats for Buxton and 22 strikeouts. A 1-2-3 ninth for Rivero, and Kevin Jepsen will try to pick up a save when we come back. Bench, Bryce Harper emerges from the dugout briefly. Kevin Jepsen will warm up. The scheduled batters are Taylor, Murphy, and Zimmerman.
Yeah, for Kevin Jepsen, he's making his 8th relief appearance. Last time he worked was on Tuesday in Milwaukee. Gave up an unearned run. Ended up getting a loss in the 6-5 loss to the Brewers. That was at home.
And Harper will lead off the bottom of the ninth. And of course, in the 8th inning, if Decker had reached somehow, this move would have been made in the 8th inning. As it is, May survived. A couple of line drive outs and a strikeout got him off the field, leaving the tying run at third. He'll face Harper, then Murphy, then Zimmerman.
Well, Twins have 2 saves. Kevin Jepsen has both of them. One thing we have seen from Kevin, and he's admitted himself, he's had a tough time getting his secondary pitch over. And hopefully he has that here this afternoon.
Harper, a quiet night Friday. The Nationals didn't need him, and he stung the ball throughout the game yesterday.
A couple doubles in yesterday's ball game.
Tumbled on the warning track. Told me before the game today that's not why he wasn't in the starting lineup. He's just fine. He leads off the 9th, facing Kevin Jepsen. Up and away, ball 1. Checked his swing. 2-0.
A fastball up. And Harper. Very close.
(2-0) to Harper. Fouled back. Jepson had a really good changeup the last 2 months of the year last year. He just hasn't felt as comfortable throwing it in the breaking ball.
And this is a spot that if you have confidence in it, you might want to throw it right here, but we haven't seen that consistency. So does he go back to the fastball? Or stay with the fastball?
Foul
and
back.
He does. It is fouled off.
Letter high, and it got a foul to the screen, 2-2.
Letter high at 95 miles an hour. Gotta love these battles late in the ball game.
Just off the outside corner at 96. 3-2.
Straight over the top. Five straight fastballs.
Full count to Harper. Chased upstairs again.
It looked like he almost left his feet on that one.
Pitch number 7. High fly, deep center field. Buxton back at the wall. Tie game.
That's how heroes are made. Bryce Harper got a fastball down on pitch number 7 after 6 straight fastballs. The 7th, he hit a straightaway center. For Harper, his 9th home run of the year.
What an at bat for Bryce Harper. My goodness.
First home run that Jepson has allowed.
In a tie game, now Daniel Murphy. Strike 1, a breaking ball. Trevor May giving up 2 runs in the 8th. Jepson so far 1 in the 9th. One and one. Another breaking ball. Murphy's hit the ball hard again here today. 2 hits and a line out and a fly out. Popped up. Backing out of play. 1-2.
National League MVP last year. Off to a great start this year. Bryce Harper.
One and two to Murphy. Two and two. Twins getting a big 3-run home run from Brian Dozier in the top of the 8th.
Talking to a hitting coach, Rick Shue, right there.
3-run lead is gone. High fly center field. All fastballs, and he fouled some back, Harper did, until he found one he could drive, and he drove it.
Let's do a pitch by pitch. The first 2 fastballs out of the strike zone. And Harper laid off. Then he fouled back a fastball. Now it's 2-1. Now it's 2-2 pitch. And that's a very close pitch right there, but another high fastball. And then the ball down, and Harper hitting it straight away center. See, you don't see a lot of movement on Jepson's fastballs. And a solid swing, great contact, and it's all tied up 4 apiece.
Ryan Zimmerman, the batter. Ball 1. Zimmerman's hit the ball hard here today. Single, a couple of lineouts, and a strikeout. And a breaking ball over. The fastballs that Harper fouled back were all up, and then the one down around the knees. And he plastered it.
Well, that 2-2 pitch just missed, made it 3-2. And I'll tell you what, then if you don't trust your secondary pitches, he had to keep pumping that fastball in, and Harper caught up to it. Now, with Murphy and Zimmerman throwing more off-speed pitches, breaking ball, that fastball stayed up.
Two and one.
Good fastball there.
2-2.
Swing by Zimmerman right there. He wanted over 35,000 here today to go home.
Pitch for Jepson with only 1 out on the board. Jepson, the 4th Twins reliever, because Duffy was taken out after facing 1 man in the 5th inning when he took a line drive against his right shoulder. Everything is okay other than the bruise. But first Fiend, then Presley, then May, then Jepson. Twins hoping now for extra innings. That'll be pitched by Tonkin, Abad, and O'Rourke. Lifted foul. We saw it in the Dozier at bat. We saw it in the Harper at bat. Zimmerman, an accomplished hitter too. What happens at the end of the at bat so often is made possible by fouling off tough pitches. We saw Dozier do it, Harper a couple of times, and now Zimmerman hanging tough at 2-2.
Yeah, Zimmerman 201 major league home runs.
Got him on an off-speed pitch. 2 down.
Good breaking ball right there for Kevin. Picks up a strikeout.
Eventually we'll be done here in DC, and we'll open up a homestand tomorrow. The Indians just swept the Tigers in Detroit. Danny Salazar will go for Cleveland. Tommy Malone for the Twins, and our Century Link What's Next. Anthony Rendon will bat. And a line drive single in the 8th against Trevor May, and ended up scoring the 2nd Washington run. Strike 1. If we get to the 10th inning, Joe Mauer will lead it off. would bat second. Called strike on the breaking ball.
Even though he gave up that home run to Harper, Kevin Jepson's now has been able to get that breaking ball over to the last couple hitters. Just missed with that slider.
It has to be the toughest thing in the world for a closer to do. To give up the tying run and still stand out there and not give up the winning run.
But if you know Kevin Jepson or any closer, there's nothing you can do about it. Now you try to keep the game at 4 apiece. Hopefully your team can get you a run or 2.
Up high, now 2-2.
You keep battling.
Up high on a check swing, and it's a full count. And now the 25th pitch of the inning for Kevin Jepson.
Yeah, May threw a lot of pitches. Jepson throwing a lot of pitches. Worth on deck.
Fouled back. Twins late inning relievers so instrumental in a winning season last year. Glenn Perkins having an all-star season in the first half, and Jepson and May and Fiend doing such a good job down the stretch in the second half. And there have been a handful of games like this that have gotten away late. 3-2 to right field. Sano backpedals, and we'll have a 10th inning here in Washington with Joe Mauer ready to lead things off because Bryce Harper hit a pinch hit home run on the ninth. Inning. Bryce Harper hitting a pinch hit home run. He does not stay in the game. Chris Heisey enters the game instead. Then Decker now is in center field. Heisey takes over in right. And Rivero will stay in the game and pitch to Joe Mauer. Scheduled batters for the Twins: Mauer, Nunez, Dozier, then Sano, then the pitcher spot, with bench players Kepler, Arcia, and Suzuki available.
Yeah, Rivero faced Mauer here on Friday night, threw him 3 pitches, ended up striking him out on that check swing, threw him a lot of sliders. Fastball, then 2 quick sliders.
First pitch, fastball, strike 1. Infield shift for Mauer with the shortstop Espinosa lined up directly behind the second base bag.
Well, there was the fastball. Lobaton now sitting inside. Fastball missing inside.
Mauer's pinch hit single in the 8th went right up the middle for a base hit. Nunez chopped one off the plate. Dozier hit one well back into the seats, and the Twins had, past tense there, had a 3-run lead. Just off the outside corner, and it's 2-1.
There's the slider. Rivero from Venezuela, 24 years old.
3-1. Mauer came into the game leading the league with a .450 on base percentage. On the middle of strike.
Rivero making his 9th relief appearance. He's walked only 1 in now 9 1/3 innings.
(3-2) to Mauer. On the ground, Espinosa cuts in front of the second baseman Murphy to throw him out. 1 down. That'll bring up Nunez. And will bring out Dusty Baker.
Rivero retired all 4 batters he was asked to get out.
So with Nunez, Dozier, and Sano, right-handed hitters due up, it'll be Jonathan Papelbon coming in to pitch to the Twins in the 10th. Handing the ball to his closer here in the 10th with 1 out. Obviously really wanted to or needed to have Rivero face Mauer. He did not execute a double switch to keep Harper in the game. And so now Papelbon will face Nunez and Dozier.
Yeah, 9th relief appearance for Papelbon. He picked up his 8th save of the year. Excuse me, 7th save of the year last night. Through 12 pitches, 8 for strikes.
Nunez with 3 hits in the game. The Most recent being a chopper off the plate that set up Dozier's 3-run home run. Here's a drive to left. Going back is Worth, and the warning track makes the catch. Nunez just missed, putting the Twins back in front.
He sure did. Good swing right there. Ball just didn't carry as far as he was hoping.
And that'll bring up Dozier, who did hit one over Worth and into the seats.
Oh, what a battle he had with Steven Strasburg. Finally won the battle with that 3-run home run. That gave the Twins a 4-1 lead.
Hit the ball hard 4 times today, lining out twice. Sharp single up the middle, and now a pop-up to short left. Espinosa retreats. And Papelbon quickly gets outs 2 and 3 of the top of the 10th. Abad will pitch to the Nationals here in the 10th, starting with Jason Worth.
Yeah, Abad making his 8th relief appearance. Last time he hit the big mound on Thursday in Milwaukee in the 8-1 win, 2/3 of an inning with a strikeout. Done a good job out of that bullpen in his first season with the Twins. 6 2/3 innings, 7 strikeouts, only a couple walks.
And a couple of hits. He's got 20 outs and given up just 2 hits. An opponent batting average of .095, as you see there. And he's got to face Worth, Espinosa, and then Drew. Twins, who had a 4-1 lead going to the bottom of the 8th, saw the Nationals get 2 in the 8th, and one of the big hits was a double to left center off the bat of Worth. And Ramos drove in 2 runs with a double. We'll see if the Twins can force an 11th inning here. Had to use now 5 relievers because he had to dip into the bullpen in the 5th when Tyler Duffy got drilled by a line drive in the shoulder.
Yeah, 3rd extra inning ball game for the Twins. Twins have won 1 and lost 1. Lost to Kansas City earlier this year and then beat the Angels in 12 innings at home.
Worth 1 for 4. He's hit the ball hard twice, lining out to Buxton back in the 4th. And Worth takes ball 1. Abad signed to a minor league deal and then added to the 40-man roster and eventually a 25-man roster to start the season. 2-0.
Yeah, 2 breaking balls, falls behind. Well, last couple of years with the Oakland A's. Spent a little time here in Washington in 2013. 39 relief appearances, an 0-3 record.
And over for a strike.
Bought from the Dominican Republic. 30 years old.
2-1 to Worth. And Worth tried to untie the game. 2-2.
3 straight breaking balls. The fastball swung through by Worth. With that slow changeup too. There it is, way out front.
Off the end of the bat. It'll stay foul.
Came up, they had a clock here at 66 miles an hour.
Pitch number 6 of the opening at bat at the bottom of the 10th. And now 3-2. To Jason Worth.
Oh boy.
Outside, ball 4.
Murphy kind of held that for a second. Abad wanted that call. Fox strikes. Wow.
Espinosa. Probable bunting situation here.
For Abad, that's his 3rd walk. Could have been his 8th strikeout. First at bat for Espinosa, who pinch ran for Ramos in the 8th inning.
Joe Ross is in the on deck circle. Bunted over Ross's head. Ross, who's got a couple of hits and 6 at bats, pitcher, is in the on deck circle. 1 strike to Espinosa. Strike to Espinosa. Breaking ball over, strike 2 with Espinosa squaring to bunt, but not offering at it. Nationals have left 10 men on. And ample scoring opportunities. Have scored late. 2 strikes to Espinosa. Waits on the off-speed pitch and fans on whatever it was at 65 miles per hour.
That's that changeup right there. And Espinosa strikes out. Kind of like hitting a softball. You wait, and swing right through it.
Pitcher Joe Ross will hit. Papelbon out of the game.
Yeah, Ross in his career as a hitter coming into this year, 3 hits and 27 at bats.
2 for 6 this year. Over strike 1. An option I can promise you Paul Molitor won't use. Now he may run out of players and a pitcher may bat, but he won't pinch hit one pitcher for another. At least I don't think he will. Tommy Malone got a couple of hits in Milwaukee and has hit a home run. 1 strike to Ross. And now a ball. Lobatone on deck.
Yeah, Ross, the other starter other than Scherzer, the Twins have not seen in this series. So, starting pitcher. Getting some swings in here. Only 22 years old. Another throw over to first base. He's the younger brother of Tyson Ross. Now pitches for the Padres.
Bob trying to keep Worth close. Speed pitch off the corner, and it's 2-1. Harper's home run in a pinch hitting appearance in the 9th, leading off the 9th inning, tying the game at 4. Over for a strike. And Abad the choice here, in part because Tonkin pitched an awful lot on Friday.
Yeah, he threw 43 pitches here, 3 innings.
And that was because of Kyle Gibson's short start. 2-2 to Ross. Base hit to center. The pinch hitting pitcher delivers a base hit, and Worth goes to second.
Well, Abad came back with a changeup, and Ross waited back nicely and hit it sharply up the middle. That ball right there. Ross hit it sharply. Dozier dove for it. Worth stops at second.
Lobatone, who had a good night at the plate Friday, will hit for the first time.
Yeah, Lobatone here on Friday night picked up a couple hits, a 2-run single in the first and an RBI triple in the third.
That was what, the third triple we've seen from a catcher this year. That's a season's worth. Winning run at second. Only 1 out. Outside ball 1. Twins need a ground ball hit at somebody. Fouled away. 1-1.
Now Lobaton, a switch hitter, as a right-handed hitter. This is his first at bat. 3 hits and 10 at bats as a lefty.
Ground ball hit at somebody. Dozier taken out at second base, but he hangs in there to complete the double play, and we'll head to the 11th inning. Miguel Sano will lead things off. The Washington Nationals have lost just 4 games this year, and the Twins are finding out why. There's not one soft spot on their roster. Great starting pitching, a very good bullpen. Yusmeiro Petit will come out of the bullpen to pitch to the Twins in the 11th.
Yeah, Petit making his 5th relief appearance, 8 1/3 innings, so he's asked to go more than 1 inning. He's given up 3 runs, a couple home runs, with a walk and 5 strikeouts.
Right now, Fernando Abad's in the on-deck circle. He might hit for himself, with Sano taking strike 1. If Sano reaches, that might change things. 1-1.
Petit from Venezuela, 31 years old. Last 4 seasons with the San Francisco Giants. Yeah, Ryan O'Rourke might be the only pitcher available.
Yeah, and he's not warming up.
Yeah.
O'Rourke pitched 2 days ago. One and 2 to Sano. Sano strikes out for the 3rd time today. And Abad will hit for himself.
I think Sano wanted to hit it to the Capitol. Strikeout victim.
1 for 8 as a batter. And 4 strikeouts for
Saying there's a chance.
He might have stepped in the bucket there, but he got a piece.
He's got a hit.
That first step when he strides towards first base.
He's looking for the ball in.
0-2. Rosario on deck.
And Lobaton sitting away. That's not fair. He's looking for the ball in. Well, Petit comes in, picks up 2 straight strikeouts.
Twins have bench players available, Kepler, Arce, and Suzuki, but they're running short of pitchers to the point where O'Rourke wasn't even warming up. And we don't believe Tonkin's available, having pitched 3 innings on Friday. So now Rosario will try to give the Twins a jolt with 2 down. He struck out his last 3 times up. Strike 1.
Yeah, this is not a spring training game where you get late in the game and you say, well, you know, we've run out of pitchers. Sorry, it's a tie game.
Up and away, 1-1.
Good changeup right there.
1-2.
Petit's pitched for the Florida Marlins, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Giants. First year in the majors with the Marlins in 2006. Signed as a free agent over the winter.
Twins hitless in their last 10 at bats with 6 strikeouts. A flurry of action in the late innings here today.
Yeah, 1-1 ball game. Late in the ball game, that into the 8th inning. Brian Dozier, a big 3-run home run. First 3-run home run by the Twins gave them a 4-1 lead, but the Nationals come back and score 2 in the bottom of the 8th, make it 4-3. Bryce Harper pinch hitting in the 9th. And it set us into overtime. Bottom of the 11th inning.
Den Decker will lead things off. One strike. Heisey will hit next. 20th pitch for Abad. Fouled back 0-2. And you're stretching out Abad here. There's apparently not much of an option. Ryan O'Rourke's not even warming up. Last year, 62 games for Oakland, 47 and 2/3 innings. Roughly 2/3 of an inning in every outing. And that's to the backstop. And then within that, how many times was he asked to pitch in an inning? I was going to say sit down, but he actually had to hit and then come back out there and pitch. Year before that, 69 outings, 57 1/3. The last time he pitched in a season where he had more innings pitched than games pitched was 2012 with the Astros.
Yeah,
1-2.
That's when he did a little starting for him.
Strikeout to start the bottom of the 11th inning.
So Abad picking up his second strikeout. Good hard breaking ball down and away.
And now Heisey, and then Murphy. Outside, ball 1. Yeah, Abad was a starter with the Astros for 6 games. 6 games, 31 relief appearances, and a total of 46 innings.
Yeah, that's back in 2012.
1-0 to Heisey. And that clips the corner. White Sox beat the Rangers. They continue to roll on 4-1. Indians beat the Tigers 6-3, sweeping Detroit at Comerica Park. Kansas City beat Baltimore 8-1. Way out in front, 1-2.
Well, he's changing speeds well.
Yeah, the separation's pretty close to 20 miles per hour. One and two. There's the fastball at 92. And the one changeup that struck out Espinosa was what, 65?
65, yep. So that's more than 20.
That's more than 20. That's nearly 30.
Almost.
And
yeah, took him a while.
And a delayed strike call, and not a strike 3 call that Toby Basner usually gives. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 11th.
Yeah, strikeout number 3 in relief. Another fastball.
Yeah, that's
finally putting that right hand up.
That's a strike 1 or a strike 2 call for an umpire. That's not a called strike 3.
No, we need Jim Joyce behind the plate.
Everything's a strike 3 call for him. Here is Murphy. And Abad trying to get us to the 12th inning. Strike 1.
Good breaking ball there.
And now a ball 1-1.
Yeah, most pitches Abad has thrown in an outing is against the Brewers. Last Tuesday at home, 22 pitches. Right now, this will be pitch number 30. And he worked an inning and 2/3 in that ball game against the Brewers. Trying to complete his second inning here. Murphy way out front of that changeup.
Horrible swings on that changeup. 1-2.
Pitching's about adding and subtracting, and that's what Abad has done a great job of here.
He's dividing.
Got him.
There's a strike 3 call.
Look out the side.
And Abad strikes out 3 in the 11th. That means we've got a 12th. And then the Twins hope Joe Mauer will hit here in the 12th as well in a tie game. Escobar 0 for 4, Murphy 0 for 4, Buxton 1 for 4. And as we begin play in the top of the 12th, Ryan O'Rourke is getting loose in the bottom. For the bottom of the 12th, one would think. Escobar takes outside, squaring the bunt.
Yeah, last Twins hit was Byung-Ho Park's single in the 8th inning. Since then, the bullpen for the Nationals retired 10 straight.
2-0.
With 6 strikeouts.
Escobar 0 for 4, but he's put the ball in play 4 times. 3-0. Escobar with 4 walks on the year, one of those intentional. And a strike.
Petit in his 2nd inning of relief struck out the side in the top of the 11th.
Just outside, and Escobar draws a leadoff walk.
And they always seem to come around and score.
Well, Murphy might be asked to bunt. Of course, one of the issues is he's got Buxton hitting behind him, and Byron's having a hard time making contact as it is. But in this situation, you'd still like to think that Murphy could advance. Escobar into scoring position, struggling in his own right.
And the throw over just to see if Murphy maybe shows bunt early. Looking down at Gene Glenn. Is Gene Glenn the third base coach going through the signs?
2 hits, 30 at bats for Murphy. 2 strikeouts and 2 flies to right today.
Well, you bunt him over, then Buxton, then Mauer.
Bunted foul, 1 strike.
Escobar at first base, a good base runner.
Rendon, a really good defensive third baseman. He might get a chance to field a bunt here. 1 strike to Murphy. Pitch out. And it's 1-1. One and one. Hard bunt fielded by the first baseman, and Murphy is out, and Escobar does advance to second. And Escobar had to wonder for a moment whether the first baseman Zimmerman might catch that in the air.
Yeah, I think that ball had enough spin on it. Probably would have went foul, but Zimmerman deciding to get it on that little short hop. See how he comes charging in. Escobar has to hold up. I think Zimmerman right there said, boy, do I throw it a second, but I think he did the right thing getting me out. So Murphy does pick up a sacrifice.
Buxton drilled a double to center field in the first pitch he saw and hasn't made contact since. Swinging a foul, 1 strike. That got the mask of Lobaton. Ryan O'Rourke will enter into either a tie game or try to pick up a big league save.
Was that a question? I want to save.
Buxton takes strike 2. Yeah, I wish it was an either or, like you pick whichever you like, but it's not. 0-2 to Buxton with Mauer on deck. Fouled away. All 3 strikeouts for Buxton since the double have been swinging. Up and away, 1-2. Trying to take advantage of the leadoff walk. Escobar at second with 1 down. High 2-2. 25th pitch for Petit. Nationals aren't doing much of anything to hold Escobar close at second base. That's a balk, and Escobar will go to third. So now the go-ahead run 90 feet away, and the infield has to come in.
Let's see what Petit does right here. Yep,
Just a little shoulder turn. Yep. So now Buxton, who's been struggling making contact. Our plate umpire Bobby Basner is going to come out and break up the meeting on the mound, trying to focus on doing just that. Put the ball in play, he hopes, through a drawn-in infield. Nice job by Lobaton smothering that breaking ball in the dirt. I think it's a good thing, but I'm really not sure. Buxton, with all the strikeouts, hasn't chased a lot of pitches. He swung and missed at strikes. That's why I'm not sure that it's a good thing.
We just need contact here.
It was 0-2. Now it's 3-2. Got a apiece. Second 2-strike foul for Buxton. Right off the end of the bat, but he stayed alive.
Yeah, Petit threw the slider. Got to be geared up for the fastball here, then make the adjustment.
Fourth straight strikeout.
High fastball, Buxton couldn't lay off. Now you wonder if they're going to walk Joe Mauer.
Nunez on deck.
Well, the high fastball. And that's the pitch that has given a lot of the young Twin players trouble.
Why would you throw a strike to Joe Mauer here? We'll see if they do that.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and walk him. And Nunez has 3 hits on the day so far. But you go righty against righty.
An intentional walk, but the second walk of the inning. Twins got a couple of guys down on the lineup really struggling to hit. Paul Molitor really not having a whole lot of options in terms of what to do. You got a leadoff walk, so you know Buxton is challenged to make contact, but you still do the smart thing, dropping down a bunt. At least in Murphy's at bat, Escobar was advanced. Buxton strikes out, but because you sacrifice, that opens up a base to walk Mauer.
Right.
And it'll be left to Nunez with runners at first and third.
As I mentioned, he knocked in a run in the 3rd inning. 3 hits, all singles. That's all the Twins need here.
Nationals not holding Mauer at first. Zimmerman backing away.
Joe needs to take advantage of that. Get over to second.
He goes. Swing and a miss, and now second and third. Nunez, even in his last at bat, hit a drive to the wall in left field, hauled in by Worth. So 3 hits, a deep fly to left, and a strikeout. Another swing and a miss.
2 fastballs by Petit.
Oh, 2 to Nunez.
Does he throw another fastball?
Popped up short center. And then Decker comes in. The Twins take 2 walks, leave them aboard. We go to the bottom of the 12th, tied at 4.
We're not done.
We're not done.
We're not done.
What I said when we recapped the highlights so far, I said in the late innings, who knows? Those may have been the middle innings by the time we're done.
Well, Ryan O'Rourke coming into the ball game, making his 5th relief appearance. He worked here on Friday night, 1 shutout inning, had a couple strikeouts through 12 pitches, 8 for strikes.
And a double switch entering Max Kepler into center field, and with the pitching change, Kepler will hit 3rd and 13th if we get there. So the pitcher spot, which was the 4th spot, is now the 8th spot where Buxton was. And it's Ryan O'Rourke's game. You can't pick up a save, but he could get the win if he pitches a scoreless 12th here. Zimmerman, the first man he'll face. Then Rendon.
A nice job by Fernando Abad. 2 shutout innings, 4 strikeouts.
Ball 1. Twins using all 6 of their available relievers because of Tyler Duffy getting taken out after being hit by a line drive in the shoulder. And when it happened, you think, well, Twins should have enough relievers to get through the ball game, but you don't anticipate the game going at least 12 innings either.
Yeah, we don't need to see that. 10 career walk-offs.
Low, and it's 2-1. Chop to the right side. Chest high 2-hopper. 1 down. Dozier making the play, and that'll bring up Rendon. Rendon 1 for 5. I'll bet you after these 5 games, win or lose, Paul Molitor will be glad to not be managing by National League rules again for a while. Options were limited because he wanted to double switch out of the top of the 12th. There's a ball hit to right, and Sano is right there. 2 down.
Got 2 quick outs right here for O'Rourke, and that's a good thing.
Given he's the last man standing, yes, that's a really good thing.
5 pitches, 2 outs.
Now Jason Worth will hit. Twins have 2 bench players left, but in reality no relievers. Arce and Suzuki are available, and the Nationals have used all their bench players, and they've got a couple relievers left available to them. Worth takes outside, ball 1. Should Worth reach, Espinoza would hit. And now 3-0. Worth, the veteran, very likely will be green lighted.
Yeah, you don't want to throw a cookie in here right here because he will be swinging if it's hittable. Rourke, 27 years old, has some family and friends here. Grew up in Massachusetts.
Green lighted, and he flipped it foul over the Washington dugout. through the hole. Nunez guarding the line, so there was a huge hole between the two Eduardos, and Worth gets a ground ball single to left.
Yeah, Worth getting his second hit of the ball game. A double in the 8th, and a base hit here with 2 outs in the 12th.
And now Neil Allen to the mound with Espinosa coming to the plate. Words of encouragement, I suspect. Keep an eye on the runner.
I like that they're making the pitching coaches run in and out. You know, all these pitching coaches, kind of some of them are overweight. It'll help.
Now, what if they enact that policy in the WBC?
I'm walking. I'm too old. It's got to be an age limit.
Petit is on deck behind Espinosa. That might have been part of the discussion, with the Nationals having used all their bench players. If the count gets a little lopsided here, don't do anything foolish to a position player. On the outside corner, a strike.
Last thing you want to hear, a pitcher out there, don't throw him anything too good to hit, but don't walk him. Okay.
Petit, the on-deck batter, has just 1 at bat this year. 0 for 1. Up and in, 1-1. And as a batter, he is 0 for 10 in his career. Not many options unless Dusty Baker wants to pinch hit another pitcher. One and one. And Espinosa swings and misses. I don't know ideally whether you'd want to back up Abad with O'Rourke because they both are kind of similar pitchers.
Yeah, Abad, you know, he changed his speed so well. O'Rourke's basically fastball, hard slider. That last pitch is slider there.
1-2. Snapped his bat. 1-2.
Another slider getting in. What a great sound.
Battle.
Twins outfield about as deep as legally allowable. Want to make sure there's no double.
Right.
That would allow Worth to score from first. And it's Kepler out there in center with the double switch.
Work could pick up some strikeouts if he just stays on top of that slider and throws it down and in. The other one kind of flattened out a little bit that Esperanza fouled off.
Chopper to third, a foul ball, and this will be the 16th pitch for O'Rourke.
Yeah, first 2 outs came on 5 pitches.
O'Rourke had a good spring training, one of the last cuts as the Twins got down to 25 men. And it is his game. Trademark toothpick for Dusty Baker. Another 1-2 to Espinosa. Hit foul.
Well, staying with that slider. Espinosa fouling him off.
Another 1-2 to Espinosa. Targets inside. Foul back. Espinosa needs to be pitched too carefully. Career high 21 home runs a few years ago. Top of this inning, the Twins got 2 walks and a balk and didn't score. Now the Nationals trying to do something with a 2-out single. 2-2. And now pitch 19 of the inning for O'Rourke.
Got a lot of sliders. That last pitch to change up.
Foul ball.
Another foul ball. This crowd of 35,000 kind of thinned out, so.
Tenth pitch of this at bat. Another 2-2. Got him with a fastball, and O'Rourke stalks off the mound after pitching a clean 12th inning. It'll be Dozier, Sano, and Kepler facing Petit, who has not given up any hits in his 2 innings of work. He struck out 4, walked 2, 1 intentionally. Dozier with a 3-run home run in the 8th that gave the Twins a 4-1 lead.
They walked Joe Mauer intentionally last inning. Ryan showing butt.
Dozier's hit the ball hard 4 times, his first 4 times, lining out twice, singling to center, and then clubbing the 3-run home run. He popped up to short his last time up. And taken low now, 2-0. A wild season sadly coming to a close, losing 5-4 to the Dallas Stars.
Well, they had a good season.
Well, they had a good playoff series. Yep. 3-0 now to Dozier. Dozier's walked 8 times on the year and struck out 14 times.
Well, Petit walked Escobar to lead off the 12th inning.
Miss. Oh, he caught the corner. Dozier ducked away. And the ball caught the inside corner, 3-1.
No, Petit staying with that fastball.
No, I'll stand by my original call. The pitch was inside. Pop fly, short center field, and a sliding catch by Den Decker. One down. Cracked his bat, put it in the air, and Den Decker fast enough to track it down.
Yeah, that's one of those fly balls that are really tough for outfielders because of the swing that Brian Dozier had. But like you mentioned, the bat cracked. Den Decker has to come in and make a sliding catch for the first out.
And now Sano, 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. This will be the second time that Sano has seen Petit. He was the first man Petit faced. He went down swinging starting the 11th. Got an off-speed pitch, swung through it, 1 strike. One and one. Petit throwing 41 pitches so far in 2 1/3 innings.
Yeah, he was kind of used in this role last year with the Giants. 42 relief appearances, worked 76 innings.
Outside again, 2 and 1.
Unlike Abad, you had mentioned that, you know,
right,
less innings than appearances. Made some starts for the Giants a couple years ago, 12 of them.
2 and 2 as they continue to pitch Sano away. Two and 2 to the Twins right fielder. 3 and 2. Kepler on deck. Right off the end of the bat, and that'll stay foul.
Yeah, threw him a 3-2 slider.
Talked earlier before Dozier hit the home run that the foul ball he got a piece of right before the home run was maybe his best swing of the day. Maybe Sano will have the payoff after the foul ball here. Strike 3.
Well, with a harder slider down and away.
Buxton struck out 4 times today, so too has Sano. That'll bring up Kepler.
Yeah, 5 strikeouts for Petit. You see that pitch out of the strike zone, just trying to do too much. And the Twins have struck out 18 times here this afternoon.
Back-to-back games with 18 strikeouts, and now Kepler. Off-speed pitch over a strike. Kepler, in his first at bat yesterday, whistled a line drive over Harper's head in right for a double. Foul away. Former Twin Jock Jones, the assistant hitting coach for the Nationals, told me this morning he's very impressed with Kepler, what he did with a pitch down and in, driving it in the blink of an eye over the right fielder's head. 0-2 to Kepler. Foul ball. And Lobaton staggered by that foul tip. Nationals are on their second catcher. Wilson Ramos started.
Straight back into Lobaton. Right off the mask. Wow.
Oh, and 2. Just off the outside corner. Petit tried to clip it with a breaking ball, but just missed.
Yeah, I think this is a changeup right here. Just a bit outside.
Now 2-2.
He came back with another one low.
Couple of doubles so far on the season for Kepler. And fly to right field. Heisey puts it away. 1-2-3. Top of the 13th for Petit.
Extra inning game.
We got a shot at it.
We good.
We got a shot at it.
We had that 12-inning one against the Angels that the Twins won. A little extra here for the fans.
Petit will lead off the 13th against Ryan O'Rourke. Hitless in his big league career.
And let's leave it at that.
Strike one. Lobaton will follow, and then Dendecker. High hopper over the mound. Dozier throws to first, and a moral victory for Petit. He put the ball in play. One down. And now Jose Lobaton. Lobaton bounced into a double play with the Nationals threatening first and second, one down. And Abad at the time got a two-hopper to Escobar. They turned two. The team has really threatened since.
That's the only double play of the ball game.
Popped up. And Murphy back. But it's out of play. One strike. O'Rourke asked to pitch through the second inning until further notice, with Michael Tonkin having pitched 3 innings on Friday. That bat has gone farther than any ball has recently. 2 strikes. All the other Twins relievers have already been used.
That is a very good bat toss.
Oh, and 2 now to Jose Lobaton. One and 2. And now 2 and 2. Snapped his bat, knocked down by O'Rourke, and he throws him out. 2 down.
That's the second time in a ball game a pitcher has used his foot to slow down a ball. Presley did it earlier when he was against Michael Taylor, but here knocking it down is O'Rourke and getting the out at first base.
In each case, it looked like the middle infielder, in this case Dozier, would have been able to make the play, but you're out there trying to knock that ball down any way you can if you're a pitcher. 2 down, and now Den Decker. Strike 1. If we get to the 14th inning, it'll be Rosario, Escobar, and Murphy.
And Den Decker up for the 7th time. There's a couple hits.
1 and 1.
He led the ball game off with a home run. That against Tyler Duffy.
We didn't think we'd be here 5 hours after that, but we are. Called strike.
Good slider.
Sano comes in a few steps. Another good inning for Ryan O'Rourke, and we will have a 14th inning. The 14th inning. A Twins fan hoping that they can pull out a 14.
Yep, let's score a run right here.
Twins and Wild post-game coverage coming up whenever we end here. Coverage of both the Wild loss. Here's a drive to center and a catch made? Yes.
Yeah.
By the center fielder, Decker. A tougher play than the one he had to start the 13th inning.
There Rosario hit it right on the button, but then Decker coming in and almost tackling this ball. Him come running in.
One down on the first pitch of the 14th inning, and now Escobar. Anyway, we will have a combined Minnesota Wild, Minnesota Twins postgame show whenever we leave the air. Strike on the outside corner. The Wild season comes to a close with a 5-4 loss, and this game might very well end 5-4 one way or the other as well. Escobar, a walk and an 0 for 4 afternoon. Strike. John Ryan Murphy on deck.
Well, Petit has come in and done a very good job. 5 strikeouts in 3 1/3 innings. Not allowed a hit.
And Escobar fights one off. To left, and Worth drifts toward the line. 2 down. And now John Ryan Murphy, 0 for 4, dropped down a sacrifice bunt his last time up. This is the second extra inning game in a row that Murphy's caught. He caught all 12 innings of the Angels win at Target Field, and now he will catch presumably all of this at least 14 inning game here in D.C. Down and away, ball 1. Murphy reaches. O'Rourke will hit.
In the 12th inning, Murphy laid down a sacrifice that advanced Escobar to second base.
Ground ball left side, gobbled up by Rendon. And Petit with another no hit. This time a 1-2-3 inning in the 14th. Nationals, Heisey, Murphy, and Zimmerman. They'll face Ryan O'Rourke. Michael Tonkin was warming up, but as soon as the top half of the inning ended, he shut things down. It might have been that the Twins would have pinch hit for O'Rourke if Murphy had hit a extra base hit, let's say a double if the potential go-ahead run was on. But as it is, Heisey will lead off. Heisey struck out looking against Abad in the 11th in his only plate appearance. Two innings for O'Rourke, just one harmless single, a 2-out single. And with Nunez guarding the line and playing back at third, Heisey threatened to bunt.
Yeah, showed bunt right there. Nunez going back. He's, like you mentioned, guarding that line. No doubles down that line.
It is the defensive alignment that gave Worth a base hit with 2 outs in the 12th. Hit deep but foul, 2 strikes. Not only is it O'Rourke's game, it apparently is Petit's game because the Nationals don't have anybody warming up for the 15th inning if we get there. Kelly pitched 2/3 of an inning 2 days ago, but he hasn't been used today. The other reliever is Perez, who pitched 2/3 of an inning yesterday. Inside, nearly hit him. 2-2.
Well, Nationals have their rally hats on.
2-2 to Chris Heisey. Dribbled to third. Scooped by Nunez. Close play. Got him. They'll possibly take a challenge. Nunez double clutched his throw. Looked like he had a hard time getting a grip on it. The call is out.
Well, Nunez playing back, and Dusty Baker's going to come out and ask the home plate umpire something. Maybe to review it.
Well, they already used their challenge, right?
Right, but they won that challenge.
That's true. And Dusty coming out. You're right. So long ago.
Yeah. That was a nice play by Nunez, though, because he had to get it on that little short hop right there. And then right there, had a little trouble. And Heisey hustling out of that box.
He's going to be out.
I think he's out.
Ball hit the back of the glove.
Right.
About the same time the foot's on the bag.
Yeah.
And that's why the original call is so important. We see it time and time again. I don't think there will be enough evidence to overturn this call. Nor would there be enough evidence to overturn it if he were ruled safe. This is a crew chief review. So Dusty Baker came out. And obviously a lot at stake here. It's the leadoff batter in the 14th inning.
Well, again, that's why you hustle down the line. You think you ground out, but you keep running hard. And Heisey is running hard out down that line.
Now there, it looks like he's safe. A wider angle, but it looked to me like the foot got down before the ball went into Mauer's glove.
And see what they call. Jim Joyce will say he's safe. So Heisey gets an infield hit.
A little hesitation. And Max Scherzer likes the call. The rest of the Nationals bench in favor. That last angle we showed from center field did appear to show that Heisey's foot was on the bag right before the ball hit Mauer's glove. And now Daniel Murphy with the winning run at first and nobody out. And O'Rourke, who's been good, now needs to be very good.
Yeah, Murphy a couple hits. They came in his first 2 at-bats. 3 fly ball outs and a strikeout.
Popped up short center. Escobar running out. Going a long way, and he makes the catch with Kepler playing a deep center field. That was a very good play by a shortstop for the first out.
Yeah, very nice play by Escobar. I was watching Kepler. He was just kind of jogging in. He wasn't really coming in hard, which kind of left it up to Escobar to make the catch. Take a look at this ball that's popped up. Escobar goes out. See Kepler right there, just kind of jogging in.
I suspect he'll be told about that when we get to the dugout. Here's Zimmerman with 1 out. Big lead for Heisey at first. Zimmerman hits it to Dozier, to Escobar. Double play, and O'Rourke pitches around the leadoff single, and we'll have a 15th inning.
Atta baby.
Now a plate appearance. He will hit leading off the top of the 15th. Michael Tonkin warmed up as Murphy was hitting in the 14th. And then I believe I saw Tonkin take the mound to get ready to warm up again.
Maybe just to see how the arm feels.
But I wonder whether O'Rourke didn't say, hey, look,
get up,
I'm okay.
Hit the bag. Shoot.
And a close play, but O'Rourke retired. Put it in play and nearly got a base hit. 1 away. Twins have bench players Arcia and Suzuki. When the Twins let a reliever Abad hit in the 12th, it was to execute a double switch. And Mauer looking over his left shoulder here as he approaches the plate, wondering whether Paul might challenge the play at first, but no challenge. Mauer entered the game in the 8th inning, delivered a single that set up Dozier's 3-run home run. And Neil Allen might have been able to hear, wondering whether he pulled a hammy. I just wonder whether O'Rourke didn't say, I'm fine.
I'm sure Neil Allen asked him. He probably said, hey, I'm fine. I want my first major league at bats.
1 strike to Mauer.
Neil Allen making sure he's okay.
Outside. probably do O'Rourke and the Twins well to have a long top of the 15th anyway, whether they score or not, just to let O'Rourke kind of calm down, let his mind relax as much as anything else and get ready for the bottom of the 15th. On the outside corner, and it's 1-2.
These type of games, as a pitcher, especially a reliever, you make brownie points by your teammates, and Petit has definitely earned that here this afternoon. 4 1/3 innings of no-hit baseball.
Up and away, and as we talk between innings, one of the other options for the Twins might be Kyle Gibson, who pitched just 3 innings on Friday, but he's not down in the bullpen either.
Sometimes you have to volunteer.
2-2 to Mauer. And a called third strike.
Strikeout number 6 for Petit. 4 2/3 innings, 6 strikeouts for Petit. Again, he did some starting a couple years ago for the Giants. He's showing some good arm strength here, coming out of that bullpen and saving some guys' arms out there. 6 strikeouts, is not allowed a hit. Couple walks, one of those intentional.
And now Nunez, 3 hits and a warning track fly ball. Down and away, ball 1. And a strike on the outside corner. There's a night game tonight and a few other games going on in the National League. Hard ground ball under the glove of Zimmerman, and Nunez has his 4th hit. Nunez, when he got his first hit in the first inning, he tweaked something in his right leg, and he's had 3 hits after that.
Well, first hit for the Twins since the 8th inning, and Nunez again, pitch away, just goes with it. Good piece of hitting.
We'll see whether the Twins, despite the lateness of the day, might be inclined to send Nunez here. He's been on the field for 15 innings, been on the bases 4 times. Dozier at the plate. Nunez goes on the first pitch. Out at second. See if the Twins challenge.
Nunez asking.
I'm thinking this is going to be challenged, but I believe.
Fairchild, did I not get my hand in there?
I believe he got his hand on there. I'm about a quarter mile away, but it looked to me like his left hand got on the base. Take a look.
It's the 15th inning. We're just hoping. Let's see. Quick tag.
Well, I don't know. And then his hand may have come off the bag too. No, they're going to take a look at it. They're going to see if there's a challenge. On that replay, it looked like he got his left hand in there. But did his hand stay on the base? Yeah, he got his left hand in, but did it stay on? His foot was on the base.
But can you be pushed off? Ask Ken Herbeck. Can you be pushed off a tag?
You know, the Nationals just challenged a play at first base and got a call reversed.
I think when his hand came off, they're showing on a big screen here that his foot.
Yeah, if his foot engaged the base before the hand came off, I think he'll be called safe. Well, maybe the fact that we had all those finals that we showed you will speed up things here a little bit. The umpires in New York have fewer games to monitor. And what's at stake, of course, is Nunez and his speed at second with Dozier at the plate.
Right.
Or the inning ends and O'Rourke's got to pitch a fourth inning.
Let's take another look. The tag. Looks like his hand was on the bag.
And then his foot engages the base about the time the hand comes off.
Right.
So Murphy, of course, putting his hand tag on the runner and keeping it there in case the sliding runner comes off the base. And if he's called out, I'll bet you that'll be the reason why, because it looked like the left hand got to the bag a split second before the tag. And we'll find out shortly. Or we won't. And Nunez standing in the vicinity of second base, and the Nationals, a couple of them still on the field in fair territory. And Petit getting an occasional toss toward home plate in.
It's the second time that Nunez has had 4 hits in a ball game this year.
Came into the game hitting over 400.
Yeah. It seems to be taking a long time.
Jim Joyce about to take off the headset, we believe.
Chad Fairchild, same
Safe.
thing. Safe.
Well, here in the late innings, first in the bottom of the 14th and then in the top of the 15th, successful challenges. And Dozier at the plate with first base now open, 2 down, and Sano, who has struck out 4 times in the ball game, in the on deck circle.
And Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, out to talk to Petit.
15th inning stolen base by Nunez.
Nunez gets credited with his 4th stolen base in 6 attempts. And Brian Dozier go back to the 8th inning, 1-1 ball game against Steven Strasburg. Remember him? He started a 3-run home run. There he is. That made it a 4-1 Twins lead, but the Nationals came back with 2 in the bottom of the 8th, and then to tie it on Harper's home run in the bottom of the 9th.
Since the home run, a pop to short and a fly to center. One and 0 to Dozier. 2-0. The trip to the mound was for a reason. There was no one warming up, although now they have the left-hander Perez getting loose. And it might be what to do with Dozier and a base open here, and Sano on deck.
Lobatone moving again outside. Fastball missing outside. Dozier, I would imagine, has a green light right here.
On the outside corner, 3-1. Garcia offering a prayer.
There's ball 4.
And Sano will have a chance with 2 men aboard.
Third walk for Petit. One of them an intentional walk.
Sano on the day, a strikeout in the first, a strikeout in the third, a screaming liner for an out in the 6th, fly ball in the 8th, and then 2 more strikeouts. 0 for 6. Perez warming up, presumably for Kepler, who's in the on-deck circle.
He's due to make good contact here.
On the outside corner, strike 1.
Well, they're throwing fastballs away to him outside and that hard slider.
Oh and 1.
Just looking for a mistake.
Nunez getting a healthy lead at second base. Lobaton's got a really good arm. He needs to be a little careful at second with Murphy in the vicinity. One and 1. And now they play a little game with Nunez at second. Grounder through for a base hit. Nunez around third. He'll score, and Sano comes through. And the Twins take a 5-4 lead on Sano's ground ball base hit.
I said we're looking for a mistake, and a ball left up a little bit by Petit. And Sano driving in Nunez. And the Twins do take a 5-4 lead. Yeah, that slider stayed up.
The successful challenge really a key here in this inning as the Twins take the lead, and now Dusty Baker will bring in the left-hander Perez to pitch to Kepler.
And Arcia is saying, see?
And pats on the back all around for Petit.
Yes.
Couldn't ask him to do anything more than what he did. Nunez's single, the stolen base, granted after the challenge, and the Twins have the lead. front. And now Max Kepler will face Perez, making his second appearance of the series.
Yeah, Perez worked 2/3 of an inning in last night's ball game. Retired to 2 batters he was asked to get.
Up and in, ball 1. Kepler looking for a big hit to increase the Twins' lead. Hit a fly ball to right his first time up. Swing and a foul. One of the things that has impressed the Twins about Kepler, his ability to hit both righties and lefties. Now, this is a different animal here. This guy's a veteran with all sorts of quirkiness in his delivery.
Yeah, he'll drop down, he'll different arm angles.
Strike 2 called.
Yep. Perez, 34 years old, 14th season.
Sano goes, and it's a called third strike. And the Twins will take a 1-run lead to the bottom of the 15th. The Twins got their hit and their lead run, and now O'Rourke will try to get his first win. Worth Espinosa with the pitcher spot due up 4th this inning, facing Ryan O'Rourke. First pitch down the middle, a strike. O'Rourke came into the game to start the 12th. He's pitched 3 scoreless innings, and Michael Tonkin backing him up should he need to be brought in. Rendon with a drive to left, and Rosario is there for the first out. 1 down.
Now Rourke, 41 pitches here, 3 1/3 innings. I mentioned brownie points. If he can get this right here, what a job by him. Abad 2 shutout innings.
Twins struck out 18 times yesterday, tying a record for an 18-inning game, and with the 15 innings here today, now 20 strikeouts. That's a new team record, and it won't matter at all if O'Rourke can get 2 more outs.
Yep. O'Rourke has never had a major league win, so he's got that to hopefully to look forward to.
Here's Worth. Off the plate, ball 1. Worth has reached his last 3 times up with a double, walk, and single. Same pitch, same spot, same call, 2-0. 2-0 to Jason Worth. And that,
same pitch.
If we can show Fox tracks, I bet you all three are in the same spot. 2-1. Well, that one caught the corner. I stand corrected. 2-1 to Worth. And now 3-1. Espinosa on deck. But again, the Nationals have used all their position players, and the pitcher spot is due up fourth this inning. Right now, that would be Perez.
Well, you want to be careful here.
Fouled away. Now 3-2. O'Rourke giving the Twins so much more than they could have hoped for. He's done a wonderful job here tonight. High fly left center field. Kepler over. 2 away. If the Twins win this game, I suggest the rest of the team fly to Minnesota and they send O'Rourke to Tahiti for a week.
Well, again, I mentioned earlier he's got family and friends here. Looking for his first major league decision, and hopefully that's the win.
Espinosa with a Perez on deck. Missing down and in, ball one. Espinosa entered as a pinch runner, has struck out twice.
He had that 10 pitch at bat against O'Rourke in the 12th inning. He ended up striking out.
Now 2-0. Mentioned it in his last at bat. Espinosa, dangerous hitter. He hit a career high 21 home runs a few years ago, and Perez is on deck.
He had 13 last year.
Trying to come back from 3-0. Missed badly.
Well, it's not a bad walk right there, because now you have Perez, inexperienced hitter, up.
Perez, the last hope. Paul Molitor coming to the mound here. Tonkin's had a chance to warm up.
Perez as a hitter, a lot of at-bats. He has 54 hits, a 158 batting average with one extra base hit, a double. What a job by Ryan O'Rourke.
And Michael Tonkin will try to get the save for Ryan O'Rourke here in the 15th. die-hard Washington Nationals fan, how can you not be pulling for Ryan O'Rourke here this afternoon, tonight, whatever it is? Pitched most of 4 innings in relief, and Michael Tonkin will try to get the save, and he'll try to get a batter who has lots of batting experience in the big leagues, but none since 2010. Perez has 341 big league at bats, but he was a starter 10 years ago when he got most of those at bats.
Boy, he struck out 116 times in 341 at bats.
Runner goes, and the throw blocked by Escobar. Tonkin never even looked at him. Yeah. You've got to pay attention to the runner.
Espinosa got a great jump, and he gets into scoring position with 2 outs. Well, Michael Tonkin coming in, making his 7th relief appearance. On Friday night, he threw 43 pitches, 25 for strikes.
1-0 the count to Petit, or to Perez, I should say. Strike called, 1-1. Lobaton, the catcher's in the on-deck circle, and Tonkin wants to leave him there. A bunt. Murphy gets it in fair territory and throws it up the line. The Nationals tie the game. Perez put it down. It might have rolled foul, but Murphy did have a play with an accurate throw. Unbelievable.
Sometimes this game is not fair. Murphy grabbed that ball and airmailed it over the head of Joe Mauer, and that allows Esperaz to score from second base when he stole second base.
And they shouldn't have even done that. 5-5. And now Lobaton. Fouled away, 1 strike. O'Rourke walking Espinosa, and that was the end of his day. But the stolen base and the throwing error have allowed the Nationals to tie it with 2 outs. Strike 2.
Well, Perez, you know, he said he hadn't hit since 2010, lays down a bunt. And Murphy airmailing it over Mauer. And that ball definitely going to roll foul.
Didn't have a good grip on it there, but he put it into the glove. And now Lobaton hit by a pitch on 0-2. And the wheels are coming off here in the bottom of the 15th inning. Tonkin with 3 innings pitched on Friday, and all he was being asked to do here was to get 1 out. And Mauer trying to settle him down, and Dendecker comes up with the winning run at second.
Well, that breaking ball getting the right foot of Lobaton.
And Decker 2 for 7. Strike 1. And now 0-2 to Dendecker. Ryan O'Rourke's valiant work will result in a no decision for him. And a foul tip got part of Murphy's mitt. In Murphy's case, he made the right play by picking the ball up. You've got a pitcher who is not going to get down the line too fast, and as the replay has shown, he had plenty of time to end the game. Oh, and 2, and now 1 and 2. So even though the bunt looked like it would have rolled foul, he's probably looking at that ball saying, well, this is going to be easy.
I'll give Perez a little bit of credit too. I mean, he laid down a bunt and he was running out of that box.
Chipped foul. But when Espinosa took off, when it appeared Tonkin didn't even look over there, that's what opened the door for everything that's happened to this point.
Right.
Twins had a 4-1 lead, 4-3 going to the bottom of the ninth. Harper tied it with a home run. The craziness here, and now it's 2-2 to Den Decker. If we have another at bat this inning, Heisey is the on deck hitter. Full count.
Perez at second. Lobaton at first will be taking off on this 3-2 pitch.
Fly ball left field, and Rosario retreats. And incredibly, the Nationals get a run to tie it up in the bottom of the 15th. On to the 16th inning.
Twins had that 1-run lead in the top of the 15th, and they gave back an unearned run to tie it at 5 apiece. So we head to the top of the 16th inning. Oliver Perez got the last out in the top of the 15th inning. We'll start the 16th.
Rosario, Escobar, and Murphy lined up to hit here in the 16th. Rosario 0 for 6. with 4 strikeouts. Twins have struck out 20 times in the ball game. And Rosario jabs at it. Strike 1. Twins still have Arcia and Suzuki available to substitute, but they're out of relief pitchers, and I don't see Kyle Gibson or anybody else down in the bullpen getting loose. So now it's Michael Tonkin's game. This ball hit to right center field. Plenty of hang time for Heisey. 1 down. What happens in these games so often is, as you look at the empty bullpen, players get home run happy, even more so than they do during a 9-inning game. And instead of just getting on base, and I mean, look what happened. 2 outs, and Espinosa drew a walk and then stole second. And then the pitcher put the ball on the ground for about 25 feet, and before you knew it, the game was tied. Here's Escobar, inside ball 1. Murphy will hit next.
Escobar looking for his first hit. He walked in the 12th inning.
And a strike. Popped up right side, and Heisey will have another chance. 2 away. That'll bring up Murphy. Murphy with another tough day at the plate. Dropped down a sacrifice bunt in the 12th, but his inability to throw the pitcher Perez out on a bunt attempt in the bottom of the 15th has taken us to the 16th.
You know, I'm wondering, because Perez seemed like he got down that line pretty quickly, that he maybe saw that and tried to hurry his throw.
Could see as he picked up the ball, he didn't have a good grip initially, but then he brought the ball into the glove, and the intent in doing that is to get a good grip. 1-0 to Murphy. If he reaches, Tonkin will hit. You might want to DVR all this here with Murphy hitting, and then maybe the pitcher will get a chance to hit. How often in your career, and I know it's a different era now, but how often in your career, if you had a short start, or if a starter had a short start, they'd be out in the bullpen warming up?
Numerous times I would volunteer and put my spikes on right now and tell them I would go out and pitch.
Because
it wouldn't be the pitching coach that would come down and ask me. I would go up and tell him I'm available. I'm thinking of Kyle Gibson because he threw 3 innings. I don't know if he had a side piece or not, but you're asking him maybe to go out there and help out. I have no idea. Maybe he threw a lot today.
1-2. Two and two. Marnie Gellner, what do we know about the pitching situation for the Twins?
Well, I am sitting next to the Twins dugout, and I can at least tell you that Kyle Gibson is wearing spikes. I have no idea if that means that he'll be entering the game. We haven't seen him do anything other than stand here, but he started the game wearing his tennis shoes, as pitchers normally would who aren't pitching that day. At some point in these late innings, he went up and put his spikes on. He and Tommy Malone are both wearing spikes in the Twins dugout.
Malone, the scheduled starter tomorrow. Full count now to Murphy with Tonkin on deck. And Murphy gets a base hit. Well, the Twins didn't do much early in the 15th inning. They got a 2-out single, then a walk and a single, scored a run. All that needs to happen is Michael Tonkin needs to step up here and keep the inning alive.
Well, I'm just glad he's not bunting.
Hey, put it on the ground. You never know what's going to happen.
That's right.
Tonkin takes at the knees a strike. Well, if Gibson or Malone or anybody else for that matter was going to pitch, they'd be out in the bullpen now, and Arcia would be hitting for Tonkin.
Right.
Oh, 2. Off the line. Tonkin's hustling down the line, and he's thrown out at first. A good play by Rendon. Tonkin nearly got a base hit, but the top of the 16 comes to a close. Get caught up in a 5-5 game. Take it away.
Well, it was 1-1 in the 8th inning, but Brian Dozier made it a 4-1 ball game with his 3rd home run, a 3-run home run. But then with the game on the line against Kevin Jepson, a solo home run to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning, tied the game at 4 apiece. Both sides praying a lot. Sano drives in a go-ahead run in the 16th inning. Or 15th inning, excuse me. But then the butt right there, thrown away by Murphy. And Esperoza. Yeah, it's just ugly. Twice the Twins had a chance to win.
This is the 20th time that the Twins have played a game that's gone 16 innings or more. The most recent time was in 2009, losing to the Tigers 11-9. Heisey will lead things off against Tonkin. It was anticipated, there's ball 1. It was anticipated there'd be a roster move allowing Danny Santana to be with the team in Minnesota tomorrow. There may be more than one roster move after this marathon game. Swing and a miss, 1-1. And that's the type of swing I was talking about. Heisey's trying to send everybody home. He's leading off an inning. And he might accomplish the same thing just by trying to get a base hit here.
Well, Heisey, his first at-bat came in the 11th inning. He struck out. And he got the infield hit. This is his
deep to left center field. Back and gone. And the Nationals sweep the Twins. And the Twins suffer their 14th loss of the year. And by far the most painful loss of the year.
Well, celebration at home plate. Heisey hitting his 2nd home run. It's a game winner.
3 solo home runs for the Nationals. 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 3 solo home runs for the The game-tying home run by Harper in the 9th, and eventually the game winner in the 16th. Tom Hanneman, not a good day for either the Minnesota Wild or the Minnesota Twins.